Good morning. I dislike winter. I dislike winter a lot. Did y'all know I really dislike winter? Oh boy. There's a lot happening right now. Hold on. I need to make sure I posted things. Alright. Fuck it. We're working with the scuff. It's fine. Hello, friends.
Hello?
Hello,
Morphine. Why am I here? What's going on? Why am I on a
stream? What the fuck is happening?
Why am I on a stream? What's happening? I was just looking at pictures of puppies.
And I dragged her. It's like, you gotta talk about Ace Attorney.
That's actually funny, because the videos of puppies that I was looking at are very gettable puppies, and you got me.
Fuck yeah. Yeah, sorry. For some reason that didn't click in my head as to what you were saying.
The puppies are very gettable.
Yep, and then I got you. Me when I get you. I would shake around your Fugi, but as discussed prior to the stream starting, I'm pretty sure I would break OBS doing that.
OBS is a nightmare machine. It's the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, like I'm pretty sure it's because I've got those things grouped together. But even with the thing open and after selecting it, it'll just be like, "Oh, you wanted to grab everything, didn't you?" And I'm like, "No,
you wanted to grab the thing that's like directly above it, right? Like that's what you wanted to grab, not the thing that you specifically highlighted and clicked on."
Exactly. No, I mean, no, of course not. What? No.
What? Huh?
Yeah. So Ace Attorney is the thing I've finished the mainline games for now.
Yeah.
A collective... Oh, fuck. I think I totaled the Steam playtime I had on them. On the both trilogies, and they come in at 600 hours.
That's scary. Why'd you do that?
Because I'm morbidly curious, and... Because... I guess, for reference, like, we've done a retrospective on one other series, and that's Zero Escape and AI the Somnium Files together.
I definitely did remember that we did that.
Yep, 100%. You did not need to be reminded that you were on that stream or anything.
I definitely did not fully forget that I was on that stream for 7 hours.
To be fair, that was a bit of a delirious one, to be fair.
It was.
But this series is, I think, the second... No, it was the third thing I started streaming when I started streaming back in 2021.
Oh, God.
So, like, I'm chipping away at this series for a minute.
Yeah.
And admittedly, there is a big gap between the first trilogy and the Apollo Justice trilogy, because I waited for the PC release on that one, and then I don't think me and Mina started that until like a year after it was out or something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
When did I start Ace Attorney? I don't remember.
A little after me, because I remember at one point we were literally on the same case streaming the same day.
I started it in February 2021.
Damn.
Wow.
Yeah. Which is kind of crazy.
Yeah, it's just 5 years ago.
It's just 5 years ago. It's just 5 years ago, 1 year into... Yeah. Something that happened in 2020 that I can't quite remember.
Yep.
I don't know what that was.
Something wacky and wild, that's for sure.
Yep.
Something wacky and wild.
Speaking of wacky and wild,
Ace Attorney.
Because the three of us are now past or now have all completed the 6 games in the core trilogies. Mainline series?
Yeah.
I should just call it mainline series. That's less of a tongue twister.
That's also, it's more honest.
Yes. It's time to put them in a tier list, a thing that is absolutely 100% accurate and not at all just an excuse to chat about the series in general.
By the way,
mm-hmm.
Can I express a gripe really quick?
Yes.
You were so fucking lucky that you had a second trilogy to play and not literally fucking emulating the games through the Android versions. You're so fucking lucky.
Yeah. I remember hearing about the troubles you had, and then I heard this trilogy was getting, or the Apollo Justice trilogy was getting released on PC, and I'm like, sweet. I don't need to worry about that. I'm just gonna wait for that to come out.
I'm so mad that we started at basically the same time, and you waited just long enough that you didn't have to suffer through the hell that I did.
Yeah, I do not envy having to fucking emulate this shit on fucking Android. And what did you use as the Android emulator?
Blue something.
BlueStack?
BlueStack, yeah. BlueStacks.
God.
Terrible, awful, the worst.
Blah.
The worst. Literally the worst.
Bad. So
would never do again.
Scuff's stream already. I didn't organize the cases on this tier list because they were out of order.
Doofus.
So I'm curious because especially with the latter trilogy, because I never really got to talk to Luca about that at the time. While I'm organizing these cases, what did you think about the second trilogy, just broadly?
I mean, like I kind of mentioned before, I think it is quite generous to call the second trilogy a trilogy.
Yep.
I think it's a lot of growing pains, honestly. Like, that's what the second trilogy feels like. Like, it feels like they initially wanted to deviate from Phoenix Wright as protagonist. And then as even Apollo Justice goes on, like, that becomes steadily less and less the case until Phoenix is just, like, the main character again.
Yeah. And, like, I think it also needs to be understood that they're unlike the original trilogy, which, for better or for worse, had one author the entire way through. The second quote-unquote trilogy starts with Takumi.
Yeah.
You know, his vision is not super well received at the time. You know, obviously it's been critically and, like, socially reevaluated since then. But at the time it was not as well received as Capcom was probably hoping it would be. So they put Yamazaki, who was responsible for writing the Edgeworth spin-offs, in the director's chair for the next two games. And
they swapped
as a result,
to 3D models instead of sprites.
Yeah, and the games, like, presentationally get a huge overhaul as well. So a lot changed between games 4 and 5, to say the very least.
And unfortunately, Dual Destinies is the best-selling Ace Attorney game.
Yeah, not that it mattered much. It got us one more game in that style, and the franchise has been dormant ever since. And for those of us who are big fans of Takumi's writing style and approach to storytelling, we got two really good Grey Ace Attorney games.
Yeah. I still need to play Ghost Trick also. I really need to do that.
You should play Ghost Trick.
Like, everybody says that.
This might not be the best thing to say while we're talking on an Ace Attorney stream, but Ghost Trick is probably the best thing Takumi's ever written.
That's wild.
Yeah.
And you should probably play Ghost Trick.
Actually, for real. Like,
okay.
No word of a lie. That is... Yeah.
The thing I also think about a lot in the second trilogy is it feels like the actual games themselves being dumbed down a lot, especially in Dual Destinies. Dual Destinies is the most mind-numbing game I have ever physically played, because, like, it's always just like reminding you about everything, so you never actually have to think for yourself, or like finding all the evidence for you, or it's just a miserable game to actually play and experience, in my opinion. And while they lessened some of that to some extent in Spirit of Justice, I think Spirit of Justice still has a really bad issue of like, hey, here's this thing that you should be thinking about in this specific moment. And I don't know, it doesn't give you much space to figure things out on your own, aside from, I guess, Turnabout Revolution, which I guess we'll talk about later. Like, I think Turnabout Revolution has a genuinely really good twist to it, but like and it's not something that the clues are there. As I was watching you go through it, I was like, oh yeah, okay, I get where this is going, and like, but yeah, if you don't figure it out for yourself, that twist is like really, really genuinely good. And I feel like what really stands out to me in the earlier games is like that little aha moment when you actually figure out what's going on for yourself. Is very prominent throughout the initial trilogy, and then the second one, actually getting the chance to figure something out for yourself happens a lot less, I feel like.
Yeah, on reflect, I didn't put much, wait a second. Oh, fuck, I think I messed this up. Yes, I did. There we go.
Fucked it.
I fucked it. Yes, there we go. Okay, I've organized them correctly now.
Yay.
Yeah, and I feel like the thing it goes for in the second trilogy is a lot more like, what do I want to say? Like, it tries to lean on the story to leverage not an aha moment, but more like a almost like an oh no, because it feels like there's more cases in the second trilogy where like you're presented with those three options and you look at them and then you have that moment of like, no, shut up, it's not the craziest one, and it's almost universally always the crazy one.
Yeah.
It feels like it's trying... What it feels like it's trying to do is have the story be a more prominent part of the experience.
Like an overarching narrative.
Well, not necessarily case to case. I think like in like any individual case has a lot more of the narrative front and center than the literal logic of the case.
Yeah.
But and sometimes that works, sometimes that doesn't, and I feel like that's why a lot of the second trilogy feels like a bit all over the place, honestly.
Yeah.
In fact, I think the final case I did, the DLC case of Spirit of Justice, is a pretty good example of that, where there is a lot of clever logic about that kind of stuff, and a lot of the times characters will... there's a few instances throughout the series where a character will come forward and say, yeah, that is actually the case. And, like, just the entire premise of slowly putting together the twist is actually presented, like, a lot earlier to get to a meatier sort of narrative and situation to unfold. Yeah. Sorry, I don't know if I'm saying this the most coherent, but, like, the prominent moments don't feel like the moments that the player finally connects with, oh, that's what's sorry, I understand how this crime took place, and more, oh, shit, I understand how this person fits into things now.
Fits into the story now. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
And how, yeah, because, like, what I found myself doing a lot more in the second trilogy is going with my gut on the emotional side of things to direct where I thought the case was going. And
yeah.
I felt like I had a better... Or I felt most of the time like I was pretty on the ball there. And that... It feels a little... Yeah, it was less like being led by my head and more like, or pure logic, and more being like, what would just, like, what feeds into the narrative we're trying to construct here. Maybe that's also just me, like, being later in the series and understanding how it operates a bit more, too.
Yeah, understanding the format and, like, the kinds of stories that they want to tell, like... Yeah, but that's also just a media literacy thing of, like, okay, how... But, like, that is an issue with, like, focusing more on narrative, right? Like, because then you do start doing that kind of media analysis part of your brain. Whereas, like, I feel like the earlier trilogy, it is kind of just case by case. And a narrative is kind of constructed for everything almost after the fact.
I don't know if I entirely agree, but I get what you mean.
Aside from, like, the third. Aside from, like, the third, which does have, like, you know, a pretty good narrative going throughout it.
Yeah. We'll probably dive into this a bit more once we actually kind of filter through the cases. And yeah, I don't... Honestly, I don't know how long this stream is going to go for. I want to keep it to, like, the 4 hours we usually have, because that's going to get too late for y'all.
Be very late.
Yeah. But I think talking about the cases, like, this isn't going to be the talking about the characters in Uchikoshi, Uchikoshi's games, because there was a lot of characters there. There's a lot less cases here, but I imagine some of these we're going to be, like, discussing a fair bit too.
There's also, like, I feel like a lot less to say about every Ace Attorney character than there is to say about every Uchikoshi character. You know,
it's more because Ace Attorney has a rotating cast. Supporting characters, whereas most of Uchikoshi's game have a larger core cast that you follow throughout the game. And Ace Attorney is pretty much like the main characters, the rival prosecutor, the judge, and then whenever weird girls are assisting you.
Correct.
Plus the detective, but sometimes even the detective is kind of like up in the air.
Yeah, it's either Gumshoe or Emma, generally, like...
Yeah, like, yes, Emma is in Apollo Justice. She's noticeably not in the fourth case a whole lot. So she's only really in 2 cases in that game.
Yeah.
And part of that is because you do get Gumshoe in the second case. Or the first half of the fourth case, rather.
And then I guess she's not in Dual Destinies all that.
Yeah.
For reasons.
Yes. And I guess just the general format here. S, real damn good. Like, masterpiece, mwah, chef's kiss.
Wow.
A, like, this is pretty much going to be, like, I want to apply the same, like, logic to this we did with the Uchikoshi characters, where S tier, really damn good, cool.
Perfect.
A is like, really good. Maybe it's just a little dull here and there, or has, like, a minor problem. B is like, fine, it's serviceable. C is like, actively bland. Like, it's just...
C is very, very middle of the road. Like, it's just like, it's a case.
D would be, okay, this is where we're starting to get into actually has, like, major problems and stuff like that territory. And honestly, E or F are probably different flavors of no. Honestly.
Yeah. It's like, nah, don't fuck with that one.
No. I know at least one of the entries in this thing is gonna end up in the no category.
I'm gonna make a strong argument for that to not be there.
I guess we'll find out. And yeah, like, the way we framed talking about the characters, for the last retrospective we did, was like, narrative importance, what they bring to the thing, what they bring to the game and that. But that's because we're talking about pieces that exist throughout the entirety of their games. Whereas these are like, it's almost like evaluating each section of, like, 999 or VLR and that. Like, which would be a wild thing to actually talk about, actually, because there's some dog shit puzzles in some of those games.
Also, it's like evaluating the supporting cast of an episode of the X-Files. Like, there's absolutely no sense in doing that.
Yeah. No, that's fair. Suffice to say, like, that's a framework. We're not going to lean into that every single time.
Now-
Some of this is going to be entirely just like, fuck it. Let's put that in S, or let's put that in E. I don't care.
If we were to do characters,
Uh-huh.
Maya Fey, Emma Sky, Athena Sykes, S tier.
Well, Mia Fey as well. I would make a strong argument that she's the best character in the entire trilogy.
Yeah, yeah.
I Beanie and for my part, Beanie Phoenix and Kristoff are also an S tier.
Yeah.
The Apollo Justice
Oh.
Defender has logged on.
Yep.
Wait, I'm also Fujo maxing, so yeah, I see this. Wait,
Yes!
hold on.
Yes! Yes! Oh, fuck.
I see the vision.
Hang on, we need to go back and do the Uchikochi retrospective again, just so I can hear Luca's. I need to get Luca's opinion on Date on record.
It's really hot.
That's what I'm saying.
I finally agree.
All right. Yeah. So, I think the way we're gonna do this is I'll bring up the case. I can even bring up the games galleries for each of these too, in case we need reminders of what this stuff looks like. Which I'm probably gonna need for the entire first trilogy, to be completely honest.
Yes. Absolutely, me too.
Yeah. So, the first one we have to start with, of course, is the first turnabout.
First turnabout.
Which I'm gonna need to switch y'all's perspective. Actually, no, wait.
I haven't even.
You're seeing my screen, right? So if I switch to...
Yeah, we see that.
I'm gonna spiel a bit here. I think the first turnabout is a case that trades story for mechanics. It's a game. It's a case that you have to analyze as a tutorial and not as a piece of storytelling, because while it does do a good job of introducing you to the base personalities of Phoenix, Larry, and Mia, who are all very important characters over the course of the franchise. Larry less so, but Phoenix and Mia for sure. And to a lesser extent, Winston Payne as well, and the judge. You can't. I don't think it's very fair to judge this game for its narrative, because the characters are all kind of forced to act like unobservant idiots in order for it to work as a tutorial.
Yeah.
Well, and I believe this first case isn't so much like a whodunit, so much as it's like an episode of Columbo, I think, honestly.
It's a how catch 'em, yeah. It shows who did it. It shows how he did it. It shows that it was a crime of passion. All you have to do is just unravel the flimsiest lies possible. It's one of those cases that, judging by the standard of evidence presented later in the series, this should not have gone to trial, because this is like the police didn't do shit. This guy said, "Hey, I saw this man running out of this apartment with no verifiable proof whatsoever."
Yep.
And the police said, "Yeah, sure, that's cool."
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
100% this would get thrown out just due to procedural shit. Like, you're absolutely right.
It's like, I don't have a lot of words to say about this one, because, like, yeah, it's a tutorial. It does its job fine as a tutorial. It's very simplistic. I like that you can give incorrect answers to exasperate everyone. And this is the only time that Alive Mia is your co-counsel, so it gets points for that, because she's really cool. And
I will
you're right.
say it does also give us the Thinker statue being used in the immediate next case, which I think is really cute.
It's really interesting, because according to some of the behind-the-scenes stuff I've read, the game originally started with Case 2, like right into things, and they only wrote Case 1 later when they realized that you needed to spend more time with Mia for her death to have emotional impact. And I'm putting more time in huge quotation marks, because I am very confident this is a case you could finish in 20 minutes. If you know
I think so.
doing.
It's very short.
Yeah.
Extremely short.
It is literally just a gamified tutorial, but if we're gonna have a tutorial, it might as well be one that gives us some fun and memorable characters. So I think it's good. It's as far as first cases go, no mystery, no real intrigue. You don't really get any character development, but it is a very good tutorial.
Yeah,
I'd say B.
Yeah, it's not like excellent. It's just like solid.
This is good. Yeah, it's good.
I will say too, I really like the one curveball this case throws at you with the time difference and the clock. Because I think that sets a decent precedent of, like, you need to be paying attention to what is in your court record. Like, you really need to think about, and especially when you, like, have to parse, like, why does this inconsistency not... Well, does this seem inconsistent? I don't think it does the same things as later twists, but I think, like, it's kind of like in Danganronpa 1, the very first case has, like, a twist that, like, might seem obvious if you're already paying attention, but if you're not, it's a bit of a wake-up call of, like, hey, you pay attention to what is going on in your court record. Matt. Like, you need to be able to put these pieces together.
Yeah. At least, like, Danganronpa does feel a bit more frustrating because there is, like, 3 or 4 hours of preamble leading up to that case, so its simplicity has been known to kind of make people bounce off of it a bit more.
Yeah.
The fact that this one is so simple, but you get it over with right away is, it's good. Like, you know. Okay.
Yeah, it's literally just one scene.
I'm going to take a moment to get on my soapbox for a second. One of my least favorite genres of video on the internet are, I made a real lawyer play Ace Attorney, because I think that, like, they only ever play the first case, maybe a little bit of the second. And I think because of the very streamlined nature of the first turnabout, it does a poor job representing the satire that Ace Attorney is presenting. Like, this is a series which establishes in the first case that every single trial needs to be concluded within 3 days because the legal system's like docket of cases is so jam-packed that they have, you know, the powers that be have instituted this insane law in order to expedite the trials. And that is a really cool and really incisive bit of world building that is entirely irrelevant in the first case because it is literally over in 20 minutes.
It's one scene. Yeah.
I
just had a thought. Let's petition Legal Eagle to start a Let's Play channel.
Actually play through the series. Like, it's frustrating because on the face of it, I think, like, video concepts like that can be interesting. As someone who works in, like, security and things like that, I think it can sometimes, like, be interesting to talk about, like, oh, actually, the way this security system is set up is actually pretty accurate. You know, you would do X, Y, and Z to make sure things are secure, whatever. That is how key cards work. And it can also be interesting to see, like, no, this is a narrative contrivance. These things don't actually work this way. But when the point is to be like, well, this comedy game doesn't actually construct its card access system as accurately as it probably should. It's like, you're missing the forest for the trees. Like, the whole point is to create an interesting mystery with established rules that a person can follow. Like...
Yeah, and, like... I think, like, this game, I've read some really interesting perspectives on this franchise from people who actually are lawyers and who did take the time to delve deeper beyond the first case. But, like, it is interesting because I think if most of the time when they get deeper, they do have an appreciation for the things that this game is saying about, you know, the broader legal world in the macro sense, but also, like, you know, zooming in on the Japanese legal system itself, which is horribly corrupt and has an insanely high conviction rate because prosecutors are all about saving face and don't like to lose, so they're not going to bring a case to trial unless they're very certain they can win. Like, there is some actually interesting stuff being said about the legal world in this game. And I just don't think, that's my biggest gripe with the first case, is that because it's so tutorialized, you don't get a lot of that commentary compared to the second case, Turnabout Sisters, which does have a lot of that, like, at the forefront. Like, you could say we'll get to it we'll get to it in a moment, but you could probably say that the second case, in fact, goes the opposite direction, and it sacrifices satisfying gameplay and character to expand on its world more.
Yeah, completely agree with that. Initial placement. I'm looking at the first game now, and I'm like, oh my god, this just actually gets better and better every case.
So, Turnabout Sisters is first appearance of Maya.
Yep.
First appearance of Dick Gumshoe.
Yep.
First appearance of Marvin Grossberg.
Yep.
And first appearance of Miles
Fuck.
Edgeworth.
Fucking Grossberg. Ugh.
Yes, hemorrhoids.
Yep. They're doing the Harlem
Emphasis on the
Shake.
gross.
Yep. Fucking Harlem Shake reference in my video game.
Listen, that predates the meme by
No.
such a long time.
No, I know what it's actually referencing, and that's still kind of why I was like, oh shit, yeah, okay, this was made in that time.
Yeah. So.
Oh yeah, we also got Red White and what's her name?
For the first time, he graced us with the title of personage. April May.
April May.
Game?
The only other named character is the bellhop, who doesn't actually have a name, so I don't know why I said name.
The only named bellhop.
Yep.
So yeah, this case is cool. I think that it's another case where they show you from minute one who did it and how they did it.
Yeah.
But the fact that Red himself doesn't make an appearance until the second day or the final day of investigation adds a lot of intrigue, in my opinion, because it builds him up as this antagonist figure. And I don't know if both of you felt the same way. When I first played this game, I figured that he would be the main villain of the game. Like, it's established that he has Edgeworth in his pocket. At the very least, Edgeworth, if not the entire prosecutor's office. He can pay the police to arrest who he wants. They do a good job of establishing him as a credible threat outside of the courtroom. But then this leads to my biggest issue with this case. They completely undercut that by having him be a fucking moron in the court. Like, he has so much power and he wields so much influence outside the courtroom. And then he decides to go and testify, and it all falls apart. And yeah, it is saying something about his overconfidence that he should have just stayed out of it and he would have won an easy victory. But it doesn't create a mechanically or narratively satisfying climax when he is up there and you clown on him until Mia just tells you how to beat him. Like,
yeah.
The resolution of this case's mystery is flip the receipt over, asshole.
That was going to be the thing. Before you started, I was going to lead with like, yep, and this establishes a thing that I wish would just. Thankfully, I don't think it's as prevalent as the game goes on. But like, actually, this piece, well, except one instance that we'll fucking talk about in the final case we need to talk about that I'm still heated over. But like several characters handling a piece of evidence and only later for it to be revealed that there's something else in it. Now, that can be compelling if used right, but flip what is the thing that Maya written in blood was written on is not a compelling reason for that to be hidden.
And I think the funniest part is that contrivance is born from the game not allowing you to actually physically examine a piece of evidence. Evidence for all intents and purposes, a JPEG and 2 lines of text that had to fit on a GBA screen. Mm-hmm. So, they can hide that stuff from you intentionally, and you have no way of knowing that there's greater significance until the game tells you there is. Thankfully, I think Apollo Justice kind of fixes that by standardizing the ability to examine evidence and find out these things for yourself. For the most part, we'll get to the one that I know you're thinking about right now.
Yeah.
But for the most part, the onus of making those observations is on you and not the game. And if you didn't take the time to look at it and find out what the secret behind that evidence is, that's on you. Not so here. Yeah. Not
You're
so
a bad
here.
detective.
When they can present what was written on the other side of a piece of paper you have had in your evidence since the second moment of the case as a major groundbreaking twist.
Yeah. So like,
and
sorry, go on, Nina.
Yeah, and like Warfare, you'll get to that, but I think like it's interesting the way that Shu Takumi is built on that idea over the course of the games, because the first Great Ace Attorney has a moment where the game hands you a piece of evidence casually, and it's up to you to examine that. The game never prompts you to, but doing so blows the case wide open.
Oh, yeah.
And it's such a good moment because you can't present it yet, but you're just sitting there going, "Oh my god, oh my god, this covers everything."
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm excited to get to that when I do.
The Great Ace Attorney is actually really good. I need to finish the fucking second one. Oh my god.
Yeah.
You really do.
So yeah, I think definitely an improvement on the first turnabout. The first turnabout's a bit unique too, because it's like the first case in a game. Like,
yeah,
all first cases to some degree are, well, they're necessarily simple or contained specifically to servers, tutorials, and things like that.
And I do think that every game past the first game does a good job of contriving why you need to re-tutorialize it.
I don't know.
Put a pin in that. Put a pin in that, actually.
There's one coming up soon that I don't know about that.
You might agree that it is a bit contrived, but it is at least a reason. You know?
Hold on. Let's put... That is discussion that will happen. But yeah, like you said, Luca, this is also the jumping off point for like an incredible core cast. Establishes them really well, I think, and I especially like one thing I think goes understated is like the intrigue of Phoenix's relationship to Edgeworth that starts to be built on here, because at this point it's not clear how or why the two are aware of each other. It starts out seeming like Phoenix is like aware of him, and then there's the... is this the case that has the unnecessary feelings line, or is that later on?
That's not until... That's Samurai, yeah. Samurai.
That's Samurai. Okay, yeah.
But also, does this have... I've updated the autopsy report?
Yes, this is
the origin of the autopsy report.
Yeah, so like it has to have A by that merit alone.
Yeah, you know what? That's true. That's true. But I do think the thing that like limits this case is the resolution. I don't mind so much Red White's personality. And while I do think it's parody. Yeah, while I do think it's a mistake to go into court in the first place, like I like his engagement with that insofar as what it says about him, but both the things that actually transpire at the end of that court case and the fact that the thing that breaks him is effectively Mia just kind of reading out, well, taking the reins off you for the last part of the case is like...
Yeah,
I think it's narratively satisfying, but like you said, Mina, it kind of like throws away the mechanics to have that moment.
Well, that must have been how Apollo felt.
It's a rite of passage for attorneys from the Fey and Co law offices. But yeah, so what's strange is that as early as the second case of the game, which was intended to be the first case, mind you, the game is already kind of chafing against its own, to use a buzzword, ludonarrative dissonance, in that they introduce a villain who is far more effective outside of the courtroom than inside. But because the only mechanical interaction you have with antagonists in this game is in the courtroom, they have to have him make the boneheaded decision to step up in order to give you a chance to take him down. And like it's interesting that happens. I think up until that point, Red White's influence is felt very strongly from an aesthetic sense. Like, I love the moment. Like, you can say a character is powerful all you like, but when you walk into Marvin Grossberg's office for the second time and the painting is gone, that is a really good and powerful moment that establishes whatever Red White wants, he fucking gets.
Yes.
Like, for the crime of not even helping you, just talking to you, Grossberg has had this priceless painting appropriated from him as punishment. And that's a really cool way to establish the weight a villain can throw around, and it only really works because there's no twist revealed of what Red White being the antagonist. And well, I guess we'll go into this more later. But I wanted to ask you both, like off the dome,
Mm-hmm.
do you prefer cases where the killer is a twist, or do you prefer cases where you have a good idea of who did it from the start, but figuring out how to take them down is the main thrust of the case?
Oh man, that's so tricky.
Yeah.
Because I think they can both be done really well, but ultimately I think I do enjoy the experience of deducing myself who the culprit is.
Man, that's so tough too, because like, I don't know. Would you consider Damon? Which category would you consider Gant to fall into?
So Gant's kind of a secret third thing.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah.
In that he's the type of character who is not explicitly shown to be the antagonist, but because of the role they serve in the case, you have an implicit understanding that it can't be anyone but him.
Because, I do like those cases feel a bit more like you're playing chess against someone as opposed to unraveling a mystery, which
literally in the case of the second investigations game.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, you get that with Kristoff as well.
But then exactly. But then there's the reveal in Turnabout for Tomorrow.
Ooh.
The reveal of Fulbright.
The Phantom.
Yes. Yeah.
And that's like, I remember being like in that case, like racking my brain, like going, who could it possibly? And then like I just looked at the profiles and I went, oh my god. I think I sat there saying, oh my god, 5 times, because I'm like, there's no fucking way. And it actually managed, like, that is like one of the high points of the series for me. The fact that Fulbright is actually the Phantom, or what do they call? Basically, the person that instigated the entire like fifth game. That's incredible.
Great. Because you never suspect the detective.
Yeah, I think for this game I prefer the mysteries, because I don't find the way it does, or I don't always find the way it does the fucking the DLC case of Game 5, the reveal of who actually did that crime. Turnabout Reclaimed with the
Reclaimed
whale?
the whale one.
Yep. Yeah. So I guess like this series I think pulls off the mysteries better, and while I do find the alternative compelling, I don't think the series manages to pull that off as often. Which we can honestly we can examine that as we go along these cases too. But I guess that's kind of my broad thought.
As it turns out, writing an episode of Columbo is really hard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually. Speaking of, she absolutely did do it. She enters the room and I'm like, yeah, no.
Yeah, hi.
I don't know if this is a hot take.
Mm-hmm.
As much as I love D. Vasquez, I find this case really boring.
I also found it really boring. And also, I found Salmonella completely repugnant from second one.
That's the problem. As cool as D. Vasquez is, and as hot as she is, and she is both of those things, she is 3 layers deep in this case, and you have to deal with the first appearance of Wendy Oldbag, Cody Hackins, and Salmonella to get to her, and also Penny Nichols. We love you, Penny. Please don't leave us.
We love you, Penny.
Oh my god!
For 20 years.
I forgot Penny Nichols was in this case.
If it makes you feel any better, Morphe, so did Shu Takumi.
yeah. No, that tracks.
She shows up in Ace Attorney Investigations 2, and when Yamazaki went to Shu Takumi for permission, because Ace Attorney Investigations 2 was the 10th anniversary game for the series. So it features a bunch of returning characters from the very first game. And when Yamazaki went to Takumi to ask if it was cool if he used Penny Nichols, Takumi said, Who?
Oh my god, that's incredible.
He legitimately did not remember writing this character.
Poor Penny.
And that kind of suits this case in a macro all things considered.
Okay. I don't entirely disagree. Oh man, like Salmonella is like genuinely, I think, one of maybe 3 times this series has genuinely made me like recoil and like, what the fuck, bro?
There's another character I very distinctly remember looking at and being like, I don't want to look at this man anymore.
Like the transparent like leering at Maya fucking with like obvious, but like using that as effectively the kick the dog thing, which will be very funny later on when we talk about a case in the next game, because then that's just, that thing that Salmonella did that you find repugnant, that's just part of this other case. Anyway. But,
yeah, and
but I don't find this case that boring, to be honest. I will say it. How do I say this? I don't think this case has a good pacing as it relates to each of the characters within the case. I think you spend a bit too much time like wrestling with like trying to get something out of Cody and Windbag doing her thing.
You gotta deal with her a lot.
Yeah, but my like key takeaways from this was everything to do with the mystery, because like I loved picking that apart. I think this is also like the first. Hang on, let me bring up the tier list again. Maybe not entirely, but like, yeah, shit. No. I keep forgetting this game also has Rise from the Ashes and Turnabout Goodbyes, which are like,
the thing.
They're gonna get windmill slammed into a tier, like. But yeah, I guess like, I never really sat down and thought about it in that way, but I do agree that like, there's just a little too much of like, I feel like this case plateaus too early in terms of like excitement and things going on.
It is the case that suffers the most from the 3-day format enforced by the first game specifically. Because I think Turnabout Sisters, Turnabout Goodbyes, and especially Rise from the Ashes all take really good advantage of the 3-day format. And they're paced very well in such a fashion that there is something going on all 3 days, and you learn more information all 3. I think with the information you learn in this game, it is pretty reasonable, if not likely, that you will figure out who did it by the end of the second day's trial, and you still have an entire investigation and an entire trial before you get to the end. And the last trial segment being just D. Vasquez means that it is about 25 to 30 minutes of gameplay, if I'm remembering correctly, which is very short for a final trial segment.
Yeah.
And it suffers so much because it drags. It really drags. Like there's so much running around in this game, and the fact that you have to interface with these 3 intentionally obnoxious, obtrusive NPCs for the majority of it really hurts it. I even think B is generous. I think this is the weakest case in the entire first game, and it starts the third case curse that plagues most narrative mystery games in a weird way.
Okay, now I do have to ask. This does start the running joke of ladder and stepladder. I believe that to be the case.
This also has one of my favorite scenes in the entire series, where Edgeworth objects to stopping questioning Vasquez, and the judge is like, "Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, what would you like to say?" And he's like, "I couldn't think of anything on my feet." and then
And this is
immediately
unnecessary
objects again right afterward. Like that is this a case that Phoenix throws the phone across the courtroom as well? I don't remember what case that's in. Anyway, like
I do believe this is unnecessary feelings as well, though.
Yeah.
Yes,
This is
yes.
unnecessary feelings because this was the penultimate case in the final release.
So we do
the
have to
last
at least
time-
keep it in B.
Yeah. Well, I don't know about that. Like
that doesn't.
See,
That
I think
doesn't.
I think the issue is like this case has good moments in it, but I don't think it's a good case. If that makes sense.
Yeah, like
it-
the revelations around like the studio sides, or where everyone was, like the photograph that Cody took and what that reveals about the mystery, you know, who's in the. I think there's a lot of really good bits about it, but I think especially in the second half where we start talking about things that happened in the studio we barely ever investigate or get much of information on. Like, there's a weird thing in this case where, like, that particular section is just, like, really over there, and we never really go and investigate it, which is really crazy considering, like, you basically cover the entire, area the first time you get through the investigation. And you're absolutely right, Mina. This is where I started to hate the fucking, navigation in this game. It's so cumbersome. And, like, obviously that happened for, you know, technical reasons. Thankfully, the second trilogy kind of escapes that. But this is definitely the first point in the game where I was like, alright, this navigation's fucking awful as well. Which doesn't help an already pretty, not super poorly paced, but just not greatly paced case. So
Yeah.
Honestly, I think the relative position of these two is, like, take it or leave it. But I definitely agree it wouldn't be A, now that we've talked a bit through it.
I will admit, I do have some bias in this because I think that Salmonella, which is a character you have to interact with a lot, is a pretty viciously fatphobic character as well.
Yeah.
That too.
Just all in all, like, fucking awful. And it says it is, like, awful to experience, but also awful to think about, as this was what they wrote to make a character you dislike. Like, it's...
Yeah, and like the series has had a very bad track record with fat characters in general.
Yeah.
But at least some of the later ones, they get to be heroic. Like, they get to have moments of being helpful or heroic or whatever. Sal is disgusting. He's unhelpful. He's actively obstructive, and he faces no consequences for his actions as well. He's an accessory to murder. You know, he helps hide the body and cover up the crime, and he faces no consequences for it, because in the next game, he is right back there directing another Steel Samurai project.
What?
And you
Why
know
are there...
what?
I just realized there are two images that are practically identical.
Yeah.
I don't know why that is.
I
One of
think
them's probably in the
also
middle of an emotional thing, but yeah.
Having
Sorry,
to read
go.
Salmonella's dialogue is like literally the worst.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
just the direct way in which it is written is just painful.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like it's lead speak at a time when lead speak was already kind of going out the door.
Yeah.
We played it in 2021.
Yeah, like I played the first game in 2006, I want to say, because I didn't get it on the very first printing of it. I got the reprint that happened later on, but I think right before the second game came out on the DS in English in February 2007. I think the first game's reprint was like November, December the year before, and that was the first time I ever played it.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember even as like, God, like a 10-year-old child, 11-year-old child playing that that game for the first time, I was like, man, this is cringe. Like,
so cringe.
This is
Yeah.
how hackers talk in movies in the 90s. Like, no one talks like this. No one even talks like this as a joke anymore.
Well, I mean, it's worse in some ways because, like, there is actually a real-world, like, thing that was drawn from, whereas I feel like the hacker 90s thing was more fabricated than Sal, which honestly makes Salmonella, like, feel even worse, because I'm like, I don't know, I'm 20 years out from when the game actually released, and I'm like, turning to dust, remembering that was a thing people used to do.
Yeah.
Anyway,
It's-
yeah.
That's just my feeling on it. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Tournament Samurai, like it's an okay case. It's not the worst third case by any means. I think it suffers in comparison to the rest of the game it's in. And there are some elements like character-wise that really drag it down for me. It is an unpleasant case to play, and that makes me not want to revisit it. Like every time I'm showing this game to someone new, I always go, oh, when I remember I had to go through it.
Yeah, I think that's definitely fair. Like, I think my experience with it was just like, yeah, it was good, and I think at the time I also wasn't like, I think in retrospect this case is worse because you see more of like the actual pacing problems it has. But I like a lot of the components of it too. There's a lot of great moments. I think the mystery gets stretched a bit thin, but it's still like a fun thing to pick apart. Yeah, like I was looking at it going like, oh yeah, this is all going up, but no, I think you make really great points about that one, Mina. Anyway, back onto Peak. I don't know. This is straight up uncontroversial, I think.
You settled on
Case
that
is
really
good.
quickly, and I'm not gonna argue with you.
I
think like I think like the only criticism I really have with this this case is like, you know, the plot mandated moron moment of Phoenix and Maya showing incriminating evidence to Von Karma.
Oh
Yeah.
my god!
What are you gonna do
Yeah.
about it?
Take it.
But the fact that he has an answer to what are you gonna do about it enhances his character a lot. So I'm not even that upset about it.
Yeah.
in the grand scheme.
I
Like,
feel
yes, they shouldn't have done that, but how could they have known that was how he would respond? You know?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, like all of the mystery of everything on the lake. This is one of the if I remember correctly, this is the first case that also introduces the 6 years ago in that other case.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it does.
Which always
the letter dash number incidents.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
Series
and-
favorite.
And I mean, they lean on that for a reason, because I think it lends itself towards a lot more broader potential critique from its like satirical angles,
Yeah.
and also gives you the opportunity to really like dig through characters' backstories and that, rather than kind of flatly doing that because. And I mean, there are obviously examples of this that don't involve cases, like with Turnabout Samurai, for example. It talks about parallel events that happened so long ago, but it doesn't put them specifically in case files. The case files also give you the opportunity, like, is a neat mechanical trick to effectively have you solving two cases at once. Even though they are intertwined, it gives them flexibility to actually within the, well, I guess almost like what I want to say diegetic, but that's not the word I'm looking for. It gives them an in-universe reason to just go, okay, solve this mini case in the midst of all of this that will help you. That is a helpful trick that will help us later on.
Yeah. And
Also, the parrot.
what?
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
One of the most iconic moments of the franchise. People who have never played these games know that he crosses the to parrot at one point.
Well,
Exactly.
also in this
Also,
case,
hi, Newsco.
almost Christmas means it wasn't Christmas.
Yep. Merry Christmas with the gun.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
like three things that people who don't know Ace Attorney know about.
I think this is such an impressively dense case too. Like so
Yeah.
much happens in this case. So many characters get introduced. So much, build up occurs, and yet it still feels so natural. It's paced so well. It has two climaxes, and both of those climaxes feel earned. Like
Yeah.
it really is like a masterclass of mystery writing, and it's pulled off so well that I forgot that DL6 is not mentioned until this case. Like, for some reason, when I was between the first and second time I played this game, I like manufactured a memory of DL6 being peppered throughout the game, like the later important cases are.
Yeah.
But no, it's all here. It's all in this case, and it handles it sublimely. Like,
Yeah.
I think
there's a reason why every time they adapt Ace Attorney, this is like the big ticket moment. Like, the anime put the most budget into the adaptation of this case. The film's climax is just this case. Like,
It's a perfect case.
it's good shit. Yeah.
Yeah. We were talking about the 3-day format before, but I think one of the reasons this case handles that format a lot better is that things are happening in those 3 days. You're not, like, statically walking around the same place all the time. Like, the old man is actively doing stuff, and then, you know, there's the shenanigans Larry gets up to in the park as well. There's Lotta, who's set up on the lake, and, like, there are things that are happening as this case goes on, both with the old man kind of running off and disappearing and all that shit. It just feels like it uses those opportunities to sprinkle in the complication that otherwise would have been laid out before. Whereas, when you don't have things actively happening, you have to kind of contrive a way of, like, okay, how do we throw the curveball or, like, wrinkle this case a bit more as the player is playing? And the answer to that, honestly, is pretty fucking straightforward. You let time pass. During those days, you, like, don't let things be static.
Yeah.
Also, and this also has I think an underappreciated gem in this that I remember from Barry playing it through it for the first time, where Mia just straight up says to Phoenix, "Think crazier."
Yeah.
Like, you're at the point where you're like, what do you mean he had to take the bullet? And Mia's basically like, go think more insane, Phoenix, come on.
Crazy person, please.
Yeah.
Fucking
And, like,
great.
Both Yanni Yogi and Manfred von Karma are great antagonists, and I love that they actually like, it's not just like an incidental, you know, like, oh, this case has two antagonists. The fact that Yogi is actively working for von Karma and heeding his instructions is a really good wrinkle of storytelling.
Yes.
That allows the game to take a more interesting look at both of their characters and the relationship they have to each other. Because, like, von Karma was the one, like, prosecuting that case. Like, if anything, Yogi should want revenge on him. But because he's, you know, it's a really interesting look at how grief and loss can cause you to become your worst self and enable you to be manipulated in ways that you would not otherwise be susceptible to. And I think the moment where Yogi drops the senile old man act and stands up straight for the first time in the case is fantastic, and it's such a great example of this game's effective use of its limited art style, because it is a sprite that is only a little bit different than it was before, but that it creates such a contrast in his character.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, yeah, we can't heap enough praise onto this case. It's pretty much perfect, like you said. You know, it kind of sets the standard for final cases moving forward. And, you know, for good reason, most final cases are the best case in their respective games, but they got a lot to live up to.
Yep, and somehow they managed to do that a second time when they decided to staple on a case to this game as well.
Hello, Rise from the Ashes.
I have no idea which one relative to here, so I'm just going to put it here for now, but
Introduction of my actual favorite character in the entire series.
Emma Skye.
Yeah, that's my girl!
Yeah, like, Shu Takumi was faced with a very difficult prospect of how do you make players rebuy a narrative game with very little inherent replay value only 4 years after the original game came out. And he came up with one hell of a compelling reason.
What's a new weird girl?
The dual murder concept too in this case I find, like, incredible. Like, I want to say that I figured it out a bit earlier than the game was, like, really digging into it, but there's enough there. Like, oftentimes these cases will have a gimmick, and I'm out the gate like, so that's not what happened, right? Like, the last case I went through is a good example of that. You did not fucking time travel. No, that is not a thing that happened. And I think it can always be a bit of a potential problem with like cases with like a big concept in mind for the framing of the crime, that if the player figures it out too early compared to the game, you start chafing against it. But in the opposite direction, when it's like pulling that out from under you too early, sometimes it feels like just an ass pull. I don't know if I would say this is the most perfect execution of like the concept of the case actually being incorrect, but I will say it's like, for the first point that I experienced, because I played these in order, so like a lot of people probably would have played this after the second and third game?
Yes, the original trilogy came out on GBA originally, and then this was the first of the DS re-releases, and the only one, unfortunately, that got new content for it.
And that's why you can do like the actual like evidence investigation, because it's on the DS. That's why it has like the touchscreen features that would go on to be a focus of Apollo Justice, and why all of the new character sprites have a level of increased fidelity that matches the Apollo Justice games rather than the other ones. Because Shu Takumi wrote this as like a warm up for Apollo Justice.
What the fuck is this?
You know, this.
What is that?
What?
It was used to illustrate the principle of the prosecutor trophies, because it's supposed to be the unstoppable force and the immovable object.
Yes. Yeah.
Because it's used to justify why it's just a shield now, even when in the past there was a spear and a shield, and it was because the spear killed Neil Marshall.
Yeah.
And ever since then they haven't had them.
Now I will say, this case.
I thought there was a baddie in this case.
There's several.
There's several baddies in this case, and I just remembered.
Everyone in this case is a smoke show.
Angel.
Everyone in this case is a fucking smoke show.
Oh my god, Angel.
I will say, this case has also a notorious moment in the game where you have to match the fucking phase to the Blue Badger silhouette, which...
Oh my god.
Thankfully, I think I got 1 or 2 times afterward. But man, I'm looking at other people playing it, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure that's exactly what I did. And them getting a repeated, like, no, you didn't get it, is like...
Out here doing Mario Party minigames.
Also, this case has, I think, hands down, my favorite mechanical thing the series has ever done, where it asks you if you are going to put a piece of evidence into the court record. And if you do that, you fail the case. Because you have to remember how evidence law works to outmaneuver Gant.
Oh yeah,
basically it's the handprint on what's his name's vest. Basically,
Neil Marshall's vest.
Yes, if you present that into the court, then Gant is able to effectively explain it away because you were the one who said that this thing was important. However, if you withhold it, Gant brings up that you must have had it and attaches the relevance to it, which means that it cannot actually be excluded in the same way. It's so fucking good. Like, relying on the because it's one of those scenarios where the game is asking you a straightforward question you need to actually think about. Not like, pick the silliest option from these 3 things, because that's going to be the explanation. And it puts a lot of faith in the player understanding what is going on here to actively participate in outsmarting Gant. And I don't think the series ever tops that for me. There's like one or two instances of it doing that, but I don't think it pays off as well here. And admittedly, they do literally give you a book that spells out evidence law, so like when you reach that part, you can kind of intuit that that's what you're meant to be thinking about. But having that much faith in the player to put that together and the elation of realizing, actually, funnily enough, this is one of the few moments I think in the first game that has a narrative aha moment that meshes well with the mechanical aha of like how you're meant to actually play this out. Fuck. Yeah, this case is fucking incredible.
Rise of the Ashes is great. No, yeah, great. 10 out of 10 case.
Yeah, I don't think... Yeah, I don't know. I don't think there's much else to say about that. I think... And actually, yeah, I'd probably solidly put it over Turnabout Goodbyes. Just...
Honestly.
It shoots to the moon and it manages to actually get there, so, like, it's...
Also, it has its own letter number incident.
Yep. Can't be bad, then.
It can't be bad.
Okay. So that's game one. Yeah. Pretty damn solid. Pretty damn solid.
Yeah,
I could...
I'm really sad. Like, I understand why they didn't do it, because Rise from the Ashes is a case nearly as long as the rest of the game put together.
Yeah.
But it's a bummer that they didn't bring Takumi back to bust out a new bonus case for 2 and 3 when they remade those on DS, because I don't really understand why, as a person in Japan who played the first 3 games on GBA, you would have any incentive to rebuy 2 or 3 when they don't really have anything new going on.
Well,
that's a great question.
Especially 2, because it only has 4 cases.
Yeah.
And,
2, man. So before we get to 2...
Oh, God.
2 has become something of, like, a contrarian pick for, like, the best game in the series.
That's crazy.
I think, like, there's been a bit of an odd backlash to 3 lately, where a lot of people, and this is not, like, an isolated phenomenon, I've seen this in a lot of rankings and a lot of Discord servers, I mean, and whatever, of people turning on 3, which was up until recently considered, like, far and away the best game in the entire franchise.
Yeah.
But people like present 2 as like the new best one, like that is like the contrarian pick for like the best game in the series. And like if you do wholeheartedly believe that, I respect your opinion, but I very much disagree. I think
I'm just remembering someone very recently doesn't like Trials and Tribulations.
I think 2 is a game that is held aloft by 1 great case and 1 fantastic case, but the other 2 are so fucking dismal that it is really hard for me to fully agree with the enthusiasm of this game. When you're only batting 50, like
yeah,
I don't know.
Like,
it's hard for me to call it the best
when
game
you have
in the series.
Big Top.
Yeah, well, we'll get to Big Top. I guess just broadly, I'm looking at these 4 cases, and 3 of them give me a headache. There is something in each of the... Well, and one of them is that was not meant to be a pun. One of those is entirely a me thing, I will admit, but it unfortunately ends up souring it. And yeah, when I look at this and I'm like... Yeah, there's one of these cases that I'm like, oh yeah, that was actually really good. Without caveat or anything like that, I'm like, oh. Yeah, speaking of headaches, okay.
Oh yeah.
This case is stupid.
Yeah, it is.
I do still kind of like it.
You got Maggie Bird.
It's funny, like it is a good funny. It is a good funny case, but some of the dynamics at play in this case are just really weird to me. Like I really can't get behind the Maggie Gumshoe romance when there's like a 13-year age gap between them. It's just odd. Like I'm not saying the problem, like there's a problematic age gap and that's the only thing. I think that the fact that she doesn't acknowledge him and he is so hopelessly pining for her when he is an experienced detective and she is a brand new rookie. I don't know. It just creates a really weird like dynamic that I'm not a fan of, and the fact that so much of this case focuses on that and the fact that Gumshoe is like weirdly excited that her boyfriend was murdered, so that now he has a chance with her. It's just it doesn't paint him in a good light. And
No, it does not.
I will always stand and clap for Mr. Wellington loves large bananas. I think that is an underappreciated gem of a line.
Great.
That doesn't get
I
enough
forgot
love.
about that. Fuck me.
But like again, this is another case that should have been thrown out at the investigation phase, because all it would take is to look at the crime scene and go, the victim broke his neck instantly, and yet
And
somehow
has
able
writing
to write,
next to him. Like, what
and
do
yet
you
somehow
mean?
able to write the wrong name with the wrong hand. Like these are people who work with Dustin every single day. Like they should know him. You know, I have coworkers I don't even like, and I know their handed preferences and how to spell their names. Like,
Yeah.
Well, it's a case so like obvious that like an amnesiac phoenix could figure it out.
Yeah.
And like I don't know. Yeah, it's a weird one to start the game with. It feels like I don't have any proof of this, but it feels like this is one that was inserted later because it's out of time with the rest of the game. The rest of the game is told in chronological order except for this case, which takes place after the second case. But it's so that they can have the moment of Maya coming in halfway through the case to save the day. But I think that actively undercuts the dramatic, catharsis of getting to see her again when the second case, fully kicks in. And like, okay, yeah, sorry, I just read the newest girl's comment. You're right, that would be superhuman. I just mean in terms of like the game being 50% dud cases is not a good like
for video
score.
Game standards.
If
a video game could play baseball, I think I'd give it, a bit of a higher expectation than 50-50.
I'd be very impressed with that.
Yeah, it's true. But yeah, like
it's like
so
it's a case that just doesn't work on any level for me.
Yeah.
Like, it is funny in concept. I think Wellington's crash out is legendary. The fact that he gives gentle pushback against a lie and then immediately starts becoming the Joker is really funny.
Yeah.
But like it just feels very low stakes to me. And that that is not always a bad thing for a tutorial case, but when you look at the first cases of the next two games in sequence, which are two fucking fantastic cases.
Absolutely.
It just feels like it shrinks. The training wheels are off at this point. You don't have the excuse of this being the very first case of the series. It's just too simple. It's too straightforward. There's creepy character writing. There's the mystery's not all that compelling. It just doesn't work. It just doesn't work for me. I don't really like this case that much.
It's the first time they've had to do a re-tutorialization too, which probably speaks to why they went this way. And thankfully, for the most part, as we go on, the first cases are great. There's one in particular that I look back on now that I have issues with, but we'll get to it. But yeah, this definitely feels like the training wheel analogy is actually pretty good. Like, this is like, okay, now you're going to take your first steps without, or your first little cycle without the training wheels, and they kind of fucking listed a bit to the side on this one. It's fine, but I think almost every single idea this case in particular tries to do in a more isolated scenario is handled so much better in future cases. The left hand, right hand thing was actually incredibly compelling in the last case we did, because the way you figured that out was actually pretty novel, as opposed to you just being told, and of course the man who broke his neck was not going to write something.
Obviously.
No, I think it's fine.
I think it's D.
I don't think it's offensive.
I would even I would even put this in D. Yeah, I think C is the average. C is like, it's fine. D is it's bad.
No, no, you're right. This definitely verges into that. Like, it's not abysmal, which
it's just kind of bad.
We're gonna have one of those soon. But yeah. Anyway, the one good case in the game. No, that's not true. Oh fuck.
I'd say this is an A. I like the Reunion Turnabout a lot.
Yeah, I don't think it's S. Well,
No,
I'll just
say it's
leave
S.
it there for a minute and then switch to get some scenes from the game. Yeah, I didn't even do it for the first thing of, well,
Who cares?
doesn't fucking deserve it. Maggie, shut the fuck up. Hi, Wellington. Anyway. God, okay, this is the introduction of Franziska too, right?
It is. This is the introduction of Franziska, and it's the introduction of Morgan Fay, and those are both really good antagonists.
Yes.
Yeah, they are.
This picture that we're looking at right now of Franziska somehow getting a shot of Maya transformed in the interrogation room is such a good indication of her character. Cause no one does this.
I forgot how breasting boobily Maya is when channeling Mia. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's and oh god, Pearl.
Pearl. Oh man.
I'm really torn on her as a character in general.
Me too.
If I had sorry, before we go to that, I think this game in particular too, case-to-case stuff aside, this game does not know when to stop doing a bit.
Yeah.
It's actually kind of infuriating. I really like
with Phoenix and Maya.
I really like Franziska. The wit bit is way too overdone. I find Pearl an interesting character, but the bits in service to the plot she's given is annoying at best and kind of creepy at the times when he's channeling Mia, sorry.
Also, I actively do not like her shipping Maya and Phoenix.
There's
such an age gap. It's wild.
Yeah, and the game is portraying that as a childish thing for Pearl to be doing.
Yeah,
but
neither Phoenix nor Maya supports it, which I think I don't know. It is an overdone running joke, but in this case in particular, which is where where its genesis lies, it's inoffensive.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. Well, in this case specifically, I guess I'm talking, when I'm talking about the whole game, I'm talking about Pearl's
overall.
Yeah. But I think that's the game's problem ultimately, that it doesn't know when to quit that bit, because at some point even the child should probably either stop being so harsh about it or just move on because they're bored.
Yeah.
It's weird. In terms of the mystery though, oh my god, I think the last case is probably more my favorite in terms of its actual mystery. I really found the mystery
is...
Oh, sorry, go on.
The last case's the last case's mystery is more compelling, but I agree with you. I think this one is so cool.
Yes. Yeah. And honestly, probably one of my favorite what? Because culprits, yeah, that's the word I'm looking for. God, yeah, actually justified crash out. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
A very, very interesting choice of words there.
Thank you. But yeah, this is one of those cases where when I found out at the end of it, when the culprit is caught and all of that, I'm just sitting there this sucks. Positive. It shouldn't have come to this, but unfortunately the actual villain of this story, which is both Morgan Fay and the Doctor, are massive pieces of shit. So
huge.
Yeah.
I do think it's really, really interesting that though, she did unforgivable things, Mimi is caught in between two people who want to try and manipulate her to their own ends. Like, you know, Turner Gray wants to use her to absolve himself of guilt and responsibility, which, like, is very transparently just trying to pass the buck onto someone who he sees as expendable, whose reputation he sees as not as important as his own. And Mimi is able to free herself from that blame by, you know, basically enduring a tragedy and sacrificing her entire life in all of her relationships. And then when that's put in jeopardy again, and then when that gets put in jeopardy again, she goes to Morgan to try and work something out so that she doesn't have to go back to the life that she used to have. And Morgan manipulates her right back into murdering someone so that she can frame Maya for it. And she's caught in the middle of these power plays that are beyond her purview.
Yep.
And it just all, like, culminates in just her just being this very satisfyingly deep character, which is not something I would have expected from, you know, the vapid first impression you get of her.
Yeah. And
the mechanics of this case are really cool, because I think this is the first time that the game reckons with its own supernatural elements, because like in the first game, the supernatural elements were just Mia being an advisor from beyond the grave. And that is, like, you know, you could narratively change that to just she never died and just, you know, continues to help Phoenix, and it wouldn't actually make a lot of narrative difference.
Right.
But the fact that they're tackling that head on in the very first, like, full case of this game deals with a criminal understanding the mechanics of how spirits are channeled and trying to manipulate that to their advantage. It opens the world up in a very interesting way, and I think it's very fair to say that without this case, Spirit of Justice does not happen. Because
completely.
like
this
lays the rules and the groundwork for a lot of the spirit channeling stuff in future games in an expert way, and I think it's
Bridge to Turnabout.
Yeah, I was gonna
does
say,
not land nearly as well when the mechanics of this are just hand waved.
Yeah, like I think this sets up Bridge to the Turnabout like extremely well. That's
absolutely.
like my favorite case.
As we were discussing this, I remembered that this also has my least favorite mechanical thing in the entire, at least this entire game, maybe even the series, where, like, I think you need, like, something about the furnace catches your eye, but Phoenix doesn't go in and examine it until you go out and talk to Pearl, who's out the front of Karain Village, and for some reason gets prompted to then be able to examine the furnace. I remember getting stuck on that, like, for an absurdly long time, because I'm like, but you're telling me it's here. I don't know, what am I meant to be doing? And I think you had to, like, show something to Pearl or something, if I remember correctly. But yeah, like, I was talking myself into maybe putting this into B, but no. This case is, like, as we just discussed, this case is incredibly important for fleshing out the mechanics in a way that, like, is, I guess, believable, understandable, and can be fit into mysteries. Because that gets leveraged so much in the future that, like, to incredible ends that I think it's undeniable that, like, as far as I understand, I don't think they ever rewrote those rules. I think they only ever expanded on them.
Yeah, it set the groundwork that other cases and even other writers build upon in future games, and I like it. I think this is an earnestly very good case. Not in the, like, you know, the upper echelon of cases in the franchise, but certainly like a top shelf one at the very least.
Yeah, absolutely.
This case does have Dr. Hottie in it, and that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is one of the things keeping it from being, you know, a legendary case. But
yeah, this game in particular has some interesting choices for male characters related to and their relation to female characters.
Hey, so Turnabout Big Top.
No.
did you just do a fucking, like, a fucking nonce segue.
Yeah.
Oh, that made me lightheaded. Fuck.
I was trying to think of a synonym that wouldn't get this
Yeah.
stream flagged by anything.
So. Oh god, where do we fucking begin with this one?
So turn about Big Top.
Okay. I love Mo. That man is like in the worst business, is employed by the worst people.
Ever.
Justice for Mo is all I'm saying.
Justice for Mo.
That man goes
Mo
through
nothing
so
wrong.
much dealing with
So
everything
I haven't-
that's happening around here.
I haven't been able to find a primary source for this because I don't speak Japanese, but purportedly, Shu Takumi was so drunk while writing this case that he does not remember writing parts of it.
I remember this anecdote, yeah.
Which explains a lot but doesn't excuse a lot, you know?
Yeah. Okay, the one genuine thing I have to say about this case that I really enjoyed, Acro is like one of my favorite culprits in the entire series, I think.
Acro deserved a better case than this. Acro is such a cool
100%.
character.
Yeah.
And they do him so dirty. Like I would probably snap and kill someone if I had to work with these motherfuckers too.
Yeah, I mean, all I'm saying is don't put any sharp objects near Mo. I don't I feel like we get bad results from that. But like him being like the him being one of the least breakable culprits in the entire series, given like all the shit he's put up with in this scenario, is like, yeah, God, I wish he was in a better fucking case.
Yeah, it's like there's a part that I remember really well, where on the final day of the trial, when Phoenix is questioning him, he asks him a bunch of very pressing questions like, "Were you here? Did you do this? Were you this? Did you remember this?" And he just answers very curtly and politely to everyone, "Yes, I was. No, I wasn't. Yep. That is correct." And Phoenix goes, "I literally don't know what to do from here."
Yeah.
He's so used to sweating the perps, and when the perp doesn't sweat, where do you go from there?
Yeah, he's dealing
they don't
with.
give you anything to cross-examine. Like, what do you fucking do?
Yeah, when he's used to dealing with goofballs that either have some like hubristic tendencies to over-explain things, or divulge too much, or like actively obtrusive by doing things that probably should get you thrown out of court, but still talking in ways that end up giving Phoenix a way through. Acro is just like a wall in comparison. It's like, yeah, just flatly answering a bunch of things. Like, honestly, when put on the stand or questioned by the cops, yeah, also shut the fuck up. But if you are forced to answer, flat, uninteresting answers.
Yeah.
What's so interesting too is that like I think there are very viable ways to excise the worst parts of this case and keep that core intact.
Yeah.
The Ace Attorney anime addressed it by removing Max and Ben's crushes on Regina and aging down Bat so that he's closer to Regina's age as well, because their relationship being romantic is kind of a core part of the plot that you can't change. So they did make him look younger and more baby, and I think don't actually say his age out loud, which helps a lot.
Which is good.
Yeah. But
fuck Max Galactica, though.
This case is full of predators. Like that is the elephant in the room. This case is full of fucking child predators, and it makes it viscerally uncomfortable to play. And if that was all that there was,
hang on, sorry. There's an important factor to that too. Making Regina specifically a character that has very hard times actually exercising agency on top of that, is just like, it's the little extra shit on the shit sandwich. Like,
yeah, and that's what I was just about to get to.
Oh, I'm very sorry. I thought we were because there's more to talk about when it comes to this case. I'm
Yeah,
very sorry.
there is definitely more to talk about, but yeah, like fixing the ages doesn't fix the dynamics, right? Like even if the characters aren't, trying to date a 16-year-old, the fact that she acts like a fucking baby, it just makes it super uncomfortable, no matter what.
Yep.
Is the game? This case does Bat so does Acro so dirty? But does Regina so dirty too? And I think that's something that we have to appreciate. In the midst of all this.
Yeah.
Is that multiple parts of this case are dependent on her having the emotional and intellectual age of a child.
Yeah.
Like someone less than half her age, and that just makes it so awful. And even like the anime's, version that rewrites a lot to try and remove some of the unfortunate implications is still tainted by the lingering stink of this character is unworkable because of the way that she's presented in the story. And it's too intrinsically tied in with the plot and the motivations of both the culprit and the victim to excise it.
Yeah.
So it's so uncomfortable.
If Regina is more capable and able to exercise agency more, this case doesn't happen. Because if I remember correctly, she's the one that gives Acro's brother the thing that smells like meat that ends up with him being killed. Yes. Oh, the pepper. Yes,
pepper on
sorry.
the scarf, yeah.
Yes. Oh, that's right. You're sneezing. Yeah.
Yeah, and not only that, but she doesn't understand the concept of death.
Yeah,
she's so emotionally stunted that she doesn't understand the concept of death, and that you can't there's no number you could assign to her age that would fix that, because that's just creepy. It's just weird. Like,
Yeah.
beyond just like problematic age gaps and child predation and whatever, there is the fact that even if she was a 30-year-old woman, the fact that she acts and has the belief system of an 8-year-old is just, it's untenable. Like, it's just so fucking creepy. And
I
it kind of it kind of taints the rest of the case around it. Like, you cannot cut that out without rewriting the entire case. So it's a fail for me. This is a failing grade. Sorry, Takumi. Like, this is probably the worst thing you've ever written.
So I came into this case with knowing that there was a moment that everyone really disliked about this case. At the time, in going through it myself, I was like, well, it's almost got to be to do with kind of the uncomfortable dynamics that are going on here, and especially the way that ties into the case. But I later found out that I think it's this moment here with the fucking, what is it again? The thing gets dropped onto his head, and, like, the cape he was wearing falls onto the statue, which is why when it gets lifted up, it looks like it's just Max flying through the air. And
somehow the cape snags on the bust in such a way that it perfectly wraps around its neck and creates the impression of Max floating into the air.
And
yeah, that's deeply stupid.
Yeah, well, it's deeply stupid, but, like, so you gotta understand, when I was coming into this, I'm just like, oh yeah, okay, this is, like, I didn't really want to talk about it too much on stream, because it's like, it's not within my realm of experience to really speak to. Like, I didn't want to, like, make a big deal out of, other than that, that's kind of creepy, alright. But the fact that, at least, this was, like, this could easily be, like, a, what do you call it, selection bias. It just happened to be the person I was talking about this case. But the fact that I heard more about this leading into this case than all the shit we just discussed,
all the other shit,
is like, it created a very strange experience for this case. But unfortunately, even if I were to give it some benefit of the doubt, just because of the way I came into it, this is where this is where a lot of the stuff that starts happening in Reunion and Turnabout gets on my nerves even more. because we're still going with the Pearl shit. We're still going with the whip. We're still like, this case does not have an enjoyable moment.
You really chafed against the whip, and I don't think I personally minded it as much.
You know what? You know what
I
it
guess.
is? It's specifically when the whip isn't just a single crack. It was like 10 back to back, and it had done that 5 times, and I'm like,
Okay.
I get it. The whip is a thing Francisca uses on Gumshoe. Can we move on? Like,
I mean, I'm just a freak because I find the repetition of that to be quite funny.
No, I completely understand it. I think it just, unfortunately, there's particular kinds of jokes I have very little tolerance for, and it's Pearl and Francisca unfortunately occupy that exact space.
Yeah. Pearls. I'm out on. Like I'm not about that.
Yeah. I understand. Like if you like, you know, really into Francisca and the whip, you're not gonna get tied to that. But I'm like, okay, yeah. Well, and I'm not gonna exclude myself from that group. But it's just like, game, you've made this joke like 10 times.
Yeah.
We're not doing variants on them or anything. This is just salary cutting noises again, but more obnoxious. You know what I mean?
We're just doing Johnny Test whip cracks.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Okay.
I think like this case is like this case makes it difficult for me to be fair and objective about Justice for All as a whole. And I know that's not fair. There's a lot of bias in that, but I think it's like a black hole, and it draws the other cases into its orbit, like into its gravity.
I would amend to that you can see some of the things in Big Top leaking into the other cases, like the weird shit with the Lost Turnabout and Maggie and that. Some of the in the next case I'm gonna have a thing to say, but I think it's also revealing that a lot of the game as a whole is not free from that. Like, this isn't, to me, this is not just a singularity of the shit. This is just like the absolute nadir of all of that crap being present in the case.
Yeah, and it's like, it's important to keep that in mind. Like, I think a lot of people get kind of, in their own head about Takumi versus Yamazaki as directors or writers. And I think, like, it's important to remember the bad with the good, right? Like, so the highs that Takumi wrote are surely, like, higher, but he also wrote this shit. And, like, that...
Yeah.
You know, I don't think that any single case that Yamazaki's been responsible for has been this offensively bad.
Yeah,
not even close.
Not anywhere.
Yeah,
not anywhere close.
Yeah, like I really don't like some of the cases in the first Investigations game and Dual Destinies in particular. I think both of those games have some fucking dog shit cases. But at their worst, they're just boring and bland. And Turnabout Academy has some offensive stuff in it, but not offensive on the same level as Big Top and Turnabout Serenade. So.
Yeah. Okay.
Why are we saying Turnabout Serenade's offensive?
We can talk about it when we get to that. Okay.
Okay.
This is where there's going to be a schism here. I can feel it.
Yeah, I feel like it.
Okay.
So, Warfy, this case is often cited as one of the best cases in the franchise. What do you have to say about that?
I personally love this case.
I don't disagree that... Okay, like, to be serious, everything about this case's mystery and the tragedy that's in it, especially in the narrative, fucking adore it, actually. I really do like it a lot. And the concept of your client being the villain here as well is such a great way to turn this series on its head. This case...
Extremely good.
Yeah.
It's satisfying.
it's a twist so good that the mainline series has never tried it again because they know that it's not replicable.
Untouchable.
Yeah, if you are asked to write Farewell My Turnabout 2, that is a trap. Do not fall for it.
Do not do it.
Like, you just, like, you can create interesting clients that have different share of culpability and things like that. You cannot do this again. The stuff where Maya gets kidnapped, the whole... admittedly, it does have the name Shelly the Killer.
That's awesome. What are you
No, it is,
Yeah,
but it's one of those things that's like it's kind of like the okay, I'm gonna give Lost Turnabout maybe a little bit too much here, but when the hit to Phoenix's head happens, I'm like, that's fucking stupid. Go on. Like, it doesn't completely sell me out, but it definitely weighs against, like, my thing. And it's a silly thing for there, but I bring that up as a joke, but, like, also, I do think one thing I've realized throughout playing these games, I don't entirely always mesh with its sense of comedy.
No, absolutely not.
It is like this entire franchise has like a lot. It owes a lot to like Manzai style comedy of like a lot of the humor is just interplay between a straight man and a wise guy, and the many different permutations of that you can have.
Yep.
And yeah, if that's not your cup of tea, it is definitely going to chafe against you quite a bit.
Yeah, like, I mean, I don't know, maybe this is a hot take, but, like, I don't find the stepladder joke that funny. I find its repetition to be hilarious.
Yeah,
but,
that's the thing.
But foundationally, I'm like, eh.
Like, that's the thing, though. Like,
the sillier
itself is
yeah,
not funny.
I think it grows on me because it gets like it's weird because like I end up hating the whip thing, but like the mandatory game reference to the stepladder, I'm like, there's my buddy, there's my friend. Like we'll mention you once, don't need any more than that, but no, it's always good to see him.
It's not a good bit, but it's the commitment to the bit that continuously makes it funnier.
Puns are also my kryptonite too, so what
you hate the series.
Shelly the Killer is not a pun. First of all,
not.
This assassin is literally called the Killer.
Yeah, it's a family name. They've been doing it for generations.
Yeah, I know. But look, all that is to say, this case has, like, an incredible, like, mystery to unfold, and a lot of tragedy, and a lot of, like, characters that I'm, like, head in hands, like, I'm having positive...
Samus cameo.
Yeah, it literally Samus Aran. Or Samus Aran, whichever you like. This should be my shit. Because it's tragic, it's bittersweet, and it doesn't end in a way where, like, things are fixed. But it's to the point that everyone can start to move on. And I find those endings really compelling. Like, not literally showing you the happy ending, but the building blocks of what can be a happy future.
I think the standout moment for me in this case, aside from, Matt Ongard actually being the culprit, is Edgeworth pushing Adrian to, like, actually reveal everything that happened and, like, re-traumatizing her in the process of doing that. And, like, seeing the lengths that Edgeworth will go to get a testimony and a conviction is like it really paints him in a different light than you may have like seen him in the first game. Like I think it's a genuinely interesting moment for him, and like it's rough. It's a tough moment.
I love the way that's followed up on in the next game though, because like Phoenix doesn't forgive him for that. Like that is something that he has to reckon with for the entire rest of the franchise, and I'm all about that. I think that's really cool.
It's a really strong moment, and I really like. I like Adrian Andrews a lot, just like as a character.
Yep.
She's one of my absolute favorites.
Same here. Yeah.
Yeah, like great. It's a great case.
However,
it's truly a great case.
I have thought about this case since I played it, because there's a moment here that I fucking despise.
Uh-huh.
At the end of the case, Edgeworth and Phoenix are discussing the thing that Edgeworth just did in the courtroom. And I want to be clear, I'm not against that. I understand that Edgeworth is... This is a reinforcement that Edgeworth is not going to be doing the underhanded shit he did before, and he has moved on from that, but that does not mean he is going to be any less ruthless.
Yes.
To the point that he is re-traumatizing a suicidal woman on the stand. It is meant to make you feel uncomfortable. It is meant to make you feel bad about that. And it is meant to question where Edgeworth is at that moment. Specifically to reinforce that he is that ruthless. But there's literally one character that probably should not be saying, well, you did help that woman get free that woman from her kind of torture being in that scenario. And it's the literal character in the scene that the only character, if I remember correctly, that paints any positive light on that action. And it's fucking Adrian. I cannot stand that choice. Because anyone else in that room saying that, I'm like, especially the people familiar with Edgeworth, right? I could see, like, Maya and Phoenix looking at that and going, fuck, that was terrible, but, like...
But it's him.
We got what we needed. Adrian is actually free to move on. That's the way he's going to... That's the way he works, that's the way he's going to operate, right?
Yeah.
Fucking Adrian specifically framing Edgeworth's actions as actually positive for her makes me want to vomit. And it took a long time for me to reconcile that. I still don't think it's a good decision. I genuinely think that mars so much of that pivotal moment for me.
Well, yeah, because it effectively, like, they're effectively trying to immediately absolve Edgeworth of having done that.
I felt that as well. I don't think absolve is the right question. I think it's, like, making sure the context is complete. Because it is true that by pushing through like that, and getting the testimony and evidence he did out of that, you don't have an ending that is positive if that doesn't happen. Because if Adrian doesn't give up that stuff, then the trial is not moving forward. Specifically to have Edgeworth step up to be like, no, I do not care about your mental state right now. The most important thing is the truth. I do not care.
Yeah.
There is nothing more important than the pursuit of truth in this courtroom, and you are not going to get in my way of that. So, it's not absolving, but it is kind of, it's not just a villainous act. It's meant to reinforce that, like, this is for justice above all.
Yeah.
So, like, and I want to walk this fine line because, like, I've unfortunately had this case on my mind for a very long time. Ultimately, I think it is an exceptionally poor writing choice. And I disliked Edgeworth a lot as a result of that, because I found the game trying to use Adrian to provide that framing of this action as kind of disgusting. Like, if anything, I would want Adrian, now that she's free of that, to actually snap at Edgeworth. Like, what the fuck is your problem?
Yeah, that honestly would have been the way more satisfying direction for that to go.
Like, listen, I didn't get convicted, I'm free of all this, that's great. I can move on with my life. I am never forgiving you.
Sucked, dude.
I am never forgiving you for what you did.
Yeah.
I actually would have wanted Edgeworth to have to wear that black mark on his record.
Yeah.
Not as something that he's like, not like he's actively been deceptive or anything like that, but having Edgeworth have to hear that can, like, you know, kind of absorb that and then be like, that's not going to stop me. The pursuit of justice is more important. It is actually
way more important.
I think that moment works so much better if Edgeworth is challenged to reckon with that in front of her, rather than it being a foregone conclusion that he would have operated like that and then have to provide well, he did get XYZ done. So, yeah, it is a very intricate thing here, and it's very particular. And I will also admit, some of this is from a personal place. For those of you who have watched those of you who have watched No Sleep for Kaname Date, I have unfortunately been in scenarios with people I know who have been suicidal. So, is a little bit of a sore point for me. Specifically, like, talking and dealing with suicide. But look, like, the rest of this case is fucking phenomenal.
Amazing.
But for me, I am not putting that in S. I think that is such a phenomenal misread of how to play this whole thing out that... Yeah, no.
Yeah,
absolutely not.
I agree with that.
Because, like...
I think that's fair, yeah.
And, like... Yeah, like, look, I talk about it very highly because, like, obviously it does come from an emotional place too. But I genuinely do think there is just a writing problem with that. I don't understand what you gain from getting Adrian to do that specifically. Especially when, again...
Yeah, this...
Oh, sorry, yes, I've talked too much. Your thoughts on...
This whole game kind of highlights the Shu Takumi's problems with women and writing women. It's a recurring thing, and it's something he improves on, in my opinion, a little bit in the next game, but not to like an appreciable degree.
Sure. Oh, there's a case coming up where I get to wheel out that particular line again.
It's really unfortunate. Yeah, I think you kind of hit the nail on the head. Like, having Adrian be the character to say it feels very, like, it has very, like, winning a shower argument energy, if that makes sense.
Everybody claps.
Yeah, oh god, you're so right.
So, yeah, it's one of those things where it's difficult for me to be fair about being, like, because, like you said, the vibes are pretty rancid. The vibes are pretty rancid in that regard.
And I think too, one of the reasons it affects it so much is that case was ready to be best of all time, and then right at the last second it fucking nosedived, and I'm like, fuck, you almost had it.
Yeah, it was almost perfect, and then you just kind of fucked it up at the last second. Also, hi Rosie, Turnabout Big Top is not underrated.
Yeah, I'm sorry. No. It's in the no category for a reason.
It's in the very no category.
Yeah. All right. That's the first two games done. We've now been going for 2 hours.
I noticed that.
Yeah, we should
honestly,
probably pick up the pace if we want to get these done before like midnight my time.
Yeah. We're probably going to be a bit more cogent about the rest of these because like we're not going to be umming and ahhing so much. But yes, I do also want to take a break because we have been talking for a fair bit.
Yeah.
I do need to pee,
let's go.
so that is good.
Yes.
Let's go refill our water and heat up our takes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we will be back.
See you soon.
I'm back.
Hello.
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 All right. That was the moment I was like, oh man, this could explode into conversation. I feel like the rest of this is going to be a bit more straightforward, but
yeah, I think like
minus one or two moments. But
well, hey, I'm waiting for one.
Yeah. I think at this stage we're all waiting for at least one.
There's one that I genuinely do actually kind of love.
Yeah. I also had the the actual games lined up, but I think like we're probably going to dispense with most of our opinions on that here anyway.
I think so.
Yeah.
Dual Destiny is very low tier as a game. I love a lot of those cases actually.
Yup. God, why is it taking so long to load? Okay, there we go. I didn't go through any of the images for... Well, yeah, I guess, like, I didn't need to go through the images of this one, because I was prepared with the... Well, I know what I need to talk about for this.
I have my talking point.
This fucking case.
Oh, man.
Oh, God, we got Trials and Tribulations next now.
The next, yeah, the game that Rosie hates.
Oh, God, where's my... What? Why? Oh my God, the scroll button when I'm focused on the game, is doing
Rosie,
a thing.
you're actually a crazy person.
Yeah, like Big Top underrated followed up by AA3 is bad is like that is a That is wild.
Rosie, you are an interesting creature.
Hello, I'm back.
Yeah, this
Hello,
is the equivalent of people tearing off their FF14 expansions, and then some people are like, yeah, there are expansions worse than ARR, and I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, I've seen your reasoning for it. I respect your reasoning. I just don't agree with it at all. I think like setting, because it does things that end up becoming worse later. It does not mean that they were not done very, very well here. And that's my strong opinion is that for the most part, the stuff in this game was done very, very well. There's still some creepy shit. Like there's the handling of Terry Falls is bad.
Oh my god.
Well,
yeah,
okay, all right, right. Hold on. We're about to literally talk about the thing we're literally about to talk about. So, sorry.
I will admit to some strong bias. This is in my top 10 games of all time, maybe even top 5. So like out the gate, I'm not coming at this from an objective viewpoint. This is a game that is very important to me and has been very important to me for almost 20 years now. So with that groundwork laid and with that important, perspective put down, I think this game is fucking amazing. I think it's one of the best games ever made.
Yep, I do agree with that. We will probably go through that as we go. I was about to say, I think Turnabout Memories is my favorite first case, but Turnabout Trump is really fucking good as well.
Turnabout Trump is really fucking good.
Oh, fuck.
Turnabout Trump rules. Memories is easy A for me. Easy A.
Yeah, that is absolutely an easy A. Yeah, like, if I remember correctly, Rosie, like, Mina spoke to it a little bit earlier, but, I completely understand that, like, people would grow to resent it if, like, for example, if someone kept trying to ape a thing a particular game in the series did and failed to, like, people would eventually probably turn a little bit on the source of that. I don't think that speaks to the quality of that game, but I can understand that there'd be growing resentment against it, which may or may not factor into whether you place the game highly or not, obviously.
Both Investigations games, as well as Ace Attorney 5 and 6, do very closely try and ape the format of Trials and Tribulations, to varying degrees of success. I think in the case of Ace Attorney 5 and Investigations 1, it does it very poorly, to both games' detriments, because they don't do a good enough job at building up to the final case.
Yeah. Well, yeah,
in my opinion, anyway.
Yeah, sorry,
But...
I'm gonna have to rein things in a bit more because we need to.
Right.
Yeah. I think I could argue low S.
I could argue low S.
See, I don't want to diminish the value of the S tier, though. I think that the S tier should be fairly exclusive because it means that it makes them stand out more.
It should be the ones that you do not have to argue.
Yeah, if we're grading these on like a rubric, like if we're grading these on a rubric, we should have a lot more in C and a lot fewer in A.
Well, listen, we've got 4 games to get through to fill out that C category.
We do.
But I don't like grading on a curve. Like we had a heavy S tier in the Uchikoshi thing. If they're all S tier, they're all S tier. But I wouldn't.
That's just how it is.
Yeah, I would. Is Terry Falls in this case? I don't.
No, Terry Falls is in the.
No,
fourth?
he's in beginnings, not memories.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. So
this
I guess
this case is just. It's just Phoenix and Dahlia. That's it.
Yeah.
Okay, Falls is 3 and 4. Gotcha.
And you get the extremely good moment where Phoenix Wright eats glass.
He did. Oh well, I mean that's got to be an S tier then. No, I'm happy with high A because in terms of first cases, I do think there is one that is better.
Yes.
But no, this is, and I think actually they're both strong for the same reason because they are such a foundational building block to the rest of the game. I think all the rest of them then end up following suit, trying to do that.
Yeah, Trump and Memories both really do establish, like, here is what this one is about.
Yeah,
like,
this
what
game
we are
is going to be
focusing
about
on
the events being
narratively.
discussed. Yeah.
I think that the first case as a thesis statement is an important element in the series from here on. That wasn't so much present in the first two games. In the first game, because the first case was not always intended to be the first case, and in the second game because we already dissected that one to death. But I really do appreciate how from this game moving forward, you have to make some kind of introductory statement with the opening case. Like you have to introduce the themes of the game and the motivations of the core cast, and I think that makes them feel so much meatier. They are so much less disposable than some of the prior and even future first cases. And that's why in my opinion anyway, ironically the first cases that are weakest are the ones that are displaced in time from the rest of the game. Which is to say, the second games, the fifth games, and Investigation 1's first case. All three of those take place in a very strange part in the timeline that makes it difficult to build off of them in narratively satisfying ways.
They're just isolated.
Because while they are able to introduce the core themes, because the game has to deliberately withhold information from you to make them work where they are in the timeline without spoiling the events of quote unquote future cases. It makes it difficult for them to feel meaningful in the same way that these do. Like Turnabout Memories is a prequel case, and it has a case that's set before even that later on. But because it is still established before the rest of the game's timeline, it is able to be built off of in very satisfying ways, and it doesn't pretend like beginnings doesn't happen. Is what I also think is an important aspect of it. There are a lot of allusions to things that you will not understand yet, but on a repeat playthrough, you go, "Oh, that's so cool." They may not name drop Diego Armando, but that's only because Mia is the only person who knows Diego Armando by name. But they still allude to that defense attorney and that that man and whatever, and it creates a really interesting sense of intrigue. And I think that it's a really good example of how to kickstart a game with an exciting and compelling plot. Like, sure, who the culprit is isn't exactly a surprise because there are only two real witnesses. But like
and
getting
it's not
to actually
Phoenix Wright.
Yeah, it's definitely not Phoenix Wright. Getting to see this as this foundational moment that alters the trajectory of Phoenix's life and kind of warps his perception of the world and the people in it is cool. I don't know, that's a very basic way of putting it, but it's cool. It's a neat case. I like it.
It's a cool.
I'm also
case.
I'm double biased because I love I love this game and I love Mia as a character a lot, and I think that getting to see her inner world a bit is nice. The way that the way that she she sees like her her coworkers and her client and other people, it creates this interesting juxtaposition between the Mia that we knew from the first game, who was mostly very, experienced and unflappable.
She was a veteran.
With the Phoenix that we've seen before, and you can see how Phoenix inherited a lot of her mannerisms and ideologies from her portrayal in this case. So.
Rosie, you can talk about characters having multiple backstories later.
I was gonna say, this is at least this is the literal moment, as opposed to the aspirational, the moment inspiration to do that, and then the moment they have to actually act on that. I don't think they're as incoherent as different characters' backstories. How are you feeling about the stolen turnabout?
I like it a lot.
Gets pegged.
Ron and Desiree are the world's cutest T4T couple, and that's what I say about that.
No, absolutely. Yeah, I love Desiree a lot.
I have an inherent bias. I would say it's low A.
I
adore that it starts off as a not not a murder case for the first time in the series.
Yeah.
And even though all it's Ace Attorney, all roads have to lead back to murder eventually.
Always.
Yeah.
It is still cool arguing this theft case, and and I like that for at least the first half of this case, it kind of pits Phoenix and Maya against each other a bit because Ron is being accused of stealing Maya's family heirloom, which does create a bit of interesting tension that I wish lasted longer than it does. I think it is a bit underutilized in the case itself.
I think also the framing yourself for a crime so you don't get convicted of the actual crime you committed is
really good.
Also a really good
Luke.
Yeah, sorry, go on.
Luke Atmey is a fascinating villain because he makes you underestimate him. He looks like a jackass.
Yeah,
he is a jackass.
Fucking
it is a Columbo
looking
villain scheme. You're totally right. It is such an interesting, overcomplicated ploy, and it serves to characterize Atmey as someone who thinks he's way smarter than he is. And I love that. I love that he fakes a breakdown to make his conviction more convincing. Like he kind of plays off of your expectations for the case.
Yeah.
I
am also biased towards this case because this gives Adrian Andrews an opportunity to be a character, and it turns out she's a fail girl.
Yeah.
She's a fail girl, and we love her.
We love that for her.
I love her hair. In this
well,
case.
actually,
her hair is
oh
so
my
cute.
god, yeah.
Yeah. Actually, she could get her a few more W's. She's taken a lot of L's.
She's taken so many L's.
We love that she's a fail girl. Did you give her a rest though? Like she's been through a lot.
My big issue with this case is how did Luke Atmey possibly pass as mask to mask when there's no way that nose could fit in a mask?
Also true.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a Columbo villain. He's bordering on cartoonish things. I think
true.
We can just give him hammer space. It's fine. It's fine.
If you haven't watched the anime, I implore you to at least check out one of the Stolen Turnabout episodes, specifically the English dub. Because Luke Atmey's English voice actor, God, what is his name again?
I would also suggest seeing that because then you can see Maya Spin.
Yeah, you can see Maya Spin.
Yep.
Maya
Ian,
Spin.
Yep, it's
Ian
very
Sinclair.
important.
That's the name of his English dub voice actor. His English dub voice actor does a phenomenal job of embodying both sides to his character, both the theatrical, know-it-all, and the legitimately sinister villain that's underneath.
Yeah.
The anime is it's not great. The animation's really rough. They have to abridge a lot in some really unfortunate ways, but it does give you the pleasure of getting to hear some of the most iconic moments in the series with full voice acting. And I particularly love Sinclair's take on Luke Atmey. So if you're gonna watch any episode, watch one of those. Maybe one of the ones that have one of his two breakdowns, or the fake one or the real one.
Fuck yeah. Yeah, I think low A. Because
I think that's fair.
I think it was it has too much of an interesting mystery. I think the pacing is really good. I like all the characters in it. It felt really good to uncover the oh my god, he's actually framed himself to get out of the murder charge thing. I don't think I can't really justify putting that in B, honestly. Yeah, it's
great defendant, great culprit, some fun side characters. Larry's back, but he's not insufferable yet, so that's good.
Yet. C recipe for a turnabout? I'm
of such two minds of this case.
Yeah.
It's got some gross ass shit in it.
It has some really gross shit in it.
Wait,
there is some gross ass shit in this case, but the stuff that's not that gross ass shit I find to be pretty funny.
what specifically are you thinking of for gross ass shit? Because I might be misremembering.
It's twofold. It's both
Maya
Victor Kudo
in the entire
creeping.
Case.
Oh yeah.
It's both Victor Kudo creeping on Maya and Maya having to channel Mia to, to seduce information out of him, which is really skeevy, and kind of ties into what we were saying before about Shu Takumi's handling of women not always being the best, especially in this era of his career.
This case does have this place is so fruity though, so
That is true.
Yeah. And then there's Armstrong, who I have read comments on Armstrong a lot, and Armstrong in the Japanese version, according to Janet, was an Okama stereotype, quote unquote, like a gay man who acts extremely effeminate and like a woman, and is supposed to be creepy and off-putting. And I think in this blog post that Janet wrote, which was back in like 2007, 2008, I think.
Yeah.
They describe they said that they wrote Armstrong in the English version as a non-binary person with gender fluid tendencies, so someone who presents either as masculine or feminine. And looking back, there is actually evidence of that being the case and how they were written in this game, because Armstrong alternates between this very effeminate, over-the-top persona and a very down-to-earth, more direct one.
Yeah.
And it's like, I don't know. I can see there was effort, at least. Janet tried to take a very offensive stereotype and a very caricatured offensive stereotype and turn it into a deeper, maybe a bit of a deeper examination of this character's actual gender identity. Obviously it is still very offensive in many ways.
Unfortunately, there's only. Oh, sorry. Go on.
But the fact that I don't know that it worked. The fact that Janet later would come out as non-binary themselves, I think, is, there might be some venting of personal feelings in the way that this character was written here. I don't know Janet personally. I can't say anything as to that. But like, it's one of those things where like I can at least appreciate the attempt, even if I don't think that the end result was very.
It was pulled off very well.
Effective.
Yeah.
All that aside.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, go on.
I do find the mystery compelling, though. There's a lot about it that I think is really neat.
I was going to say, when you excise the gross parts of this case, the mystery works as an exquisite farce. It is a comedy.
Yeah.
It is a comedy of errors where everything is just characters digging themselves deeper into scenarios that are caused by their own lack of foresight. That part I really like. Like, I really like that. Glenn Elg puts himself so deep in debt that he decides to hand over this computer virus he made as collateral instead of just selling it himself and using that money to pay off the debt.
Yeah.
And I think like that does speak to someone who is so short-sighted that he doesn't consider there is an easier solution to this than putting this virus into the hands of a very dangerous man.
Yeah.
And the fact that he wins the lottery seconds before he's about to hand it over, forcing Tigre to think fast and pull off an actually halfway convincing, scheme through sheer grit and determination alone.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think Tigre as a villain is really fascinating because he is an idiot, but he's an idiot with good improvisational skills.
Yep.
The fact that he managed to concoct this entire elaborate murder scenario involving a fake witness and convincing forged evidence, just based on the sheer grit and determination is really funny to me. It is absurd. It is patently absurd that he is able to successfully imitate Phoenix by putting on a blue suit and using a cardboard badge. But that absurdity lends itself well to the game's tone, and that's why. Yeah, and the fact that he managed to get caught, like he has an almost airtight case, but he incriminates himself by saying the wrong thing. It is the most classic Columbo villain pitfall of all time.
Yeah.
Well, see, the thing is, I never said it was poison.
Yeah. Yeah.
But like, it's great, and that's why it makes me so sad that this case, these legitimately really entertaining and funny aspects of this case have to coexist with the gross shit.
Yeah.
And I think unlike Turnabout Big Top, the gross shit is not central to the case's narrative or logic. So yeah, it is purely extraneous, and there is a version of this case that could exist out there without any of this offensive shit in it.
Yeah.
But it does exist, so we have to reckon with that. And as a result, yeah, I think in good faith, I couldn't place it any higher than C at the best, despite it having stuff I do really like in it.
Yeah, I'm honestly torn.
Like,
I think
a bowl of ice cream with a rock in it still has a rock in it.
Yeah, I think C is just like... I don't want to say it's literally a wash, but I end up being like... I don't want to spend more time thinking about this case, to be completely honest.
Okay, wait. Let's remember the criteria we set for C, though, is that C is a very middle-of-the-road case. And I don't think Recipe is.
But
I think, like...
I mean, we're talking about... This is not a plateau of bland. This is like...
Yeah...
Because D and E is, like, actively being bad. Which this is, but there's also really great and funny parts... You know what? I think C. I'm actually legitimately torn.
Yeah.
Maybe
I'm
high.
In your hands because I do.
I'm
have
gonna
inherent bias. I don't want to let that bias obscure my objectivity.
I am gonna put it high D because I remember playing through this case and being anxious the entire time that it was just going to slap me in the face with outright bigotry at one point every time Armstrong was on screen, and yeah, no.
that doesn't make for a fun case.
No.
Before we move on, though, I do want to give a shout out to Lisa Basil and Viola Cadaverini. They're very funny side characters that I like a lot.
Yes.
And because I'm apparently the only person here who's seen the anime, it also is very funny that the anime got an entirely new voice cast for the main characters, divorced from the stable that Capcom's been using for them since Marvel vs. Capcom 3.
Yeah.
But they brought back Sam Riegel, who is Phoenix's official video game voice actor, to play Tigray in the episodes covering this arc, which I think
that's really funny.
Brilliant. It's a brilliant bit of metacasting, and he does like the gruff Brooklyn accent for it. It's great. He's having a lot of fun.
That's great. All right. Fucking hell.
Another example of a great case being dragged down by just one really shitty aspect.
Yeah.
Like let's stare this in the face. Terry Falls sucks. They sucks. Like, Takumi wrote a very awful and offensive stereotype of a character who is supposedly developmentally disabled, or at least that's the way he's portrayed. And it clashes with the logic of the case itself, because why the fuck was he hired as a tutor if if he was supposedly developmentally disabled? And it creates these really unfortunate implications that that Dahlia was the one manipulating him.
Whoa.
Yep. Sorry, no links. Let me know if you want to link something, Rosie.
Rosie deleted.
Actually,
yeah, like it ties into the really gross, stereotypical portrayal of the nymph seductress, so as if like a 13-year-old girl can have the agency required to seduce and manipulate a grown man. And that shit's gross. That shit is disgusting.
You don't need to do that to make Dahlia fucking Hawthorne a villain. For fuck's sake.
And again, this would be such an easy fix to rewrite if you just make Terry an accomplice and not someone who's in love with him. You can have her manipulate him in ways other than seduction. Just make it so that he's blinded by greed for the money he was promised. Make it so that don't worry, I'll get out of here, and once I do, I'm gonna be rich.
Or he's just desperate for the money.
But the issue is they want to make him childishly innocent so that his eventual suicide hits harder, and the way that Takumi's chosen to do that is it's really unfortunate, and it taints the rest of the case, which is otherwise a really good mystery. There's some extremely good narrative progression in this. It's a pretty compelling story of a double cross and betrayal and manipulation. But yeah, like you're saying in the chat there, it's so weird, yeah, that they made this writing decision that completely undermines her as a villain. So I'm really struggling to rank this in a fair way, because I think most of the rest of the case is solid, and I like the interplay between Mia and Edgeworth. I love that you get to see young Edgeworth when he was at his shittiest, literally doing Manfred's animations because of how much he's taking from him.
Yeah.
So but yeah, like it's hard to square that with the shitty stuff in there. You know?
I just I don't get what it was trying to get out of Dahlia as a character there, because Turnabout Memories Turnabout Memories does its job, clearly showing that Dahlia is how do I want to say this? The Dahlia is a problem, a vicious person when she needs to be.
Yeah.
That I don't think you need to do almost anything that happens with Terry.
You don't need to do most of this case.
Yeah. Because it is important to establish some of the mystery things that end up coming in bridge to the turnabout, but and, it makes things a bit more tragic the way things actually turned out, but in terms of its narrative purpose, beyond that, I'm why? Because this case in particular didn't chafe against me at the time, but the more I think about it now, I'm that you don't get anything out of this. You start to undermine Dahlia, Rosie pointed out, and
it's weird. It's a weird shock element to the case that I think if it was just a tale of a couple of sisters who were trying to scam their dad, and the accomplice who got caught up in it, that would make for a perfectly compelling mystery on its own. Adding the romantic element to it is just it's just really creepy and weird.
Yeah, and it establishes a pattern. It links it kind of to what she was doing, or what Phoenix thought she was doing to him, I guess, is actually the more accurate bit. But yeah,
I don't know. Yeah, it's strange, because I think having her, if they wanted to have her, be a manipulator from a young age, having her manipulate someone with greed shows that she's a more, she has a diversity of tactics. It makes her look more Machiavellian, that she can pinpoint what makes someone tick and use that to manipulate them.
Yeah.
Instead of, if seduction is the only tool in her toolbox, not only, does it have gross implications because, she is the first, overarching female antagonist that the series has had, but it also just makes her look shallow, because that's the only tool in her toolbox. That's the only trick she's got.
Yeah.
Once she's 80, it's not gonna work no more.
Well, no. Some people learn to that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
well,
that's
shit.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bridge is S.
Yeah.
It is very hard to argue with that, in my opinion.
Yeah,
I still cry when I play this case. It's really good. It's a great culmination of multiple characters, emotional arcs,
mechanical payoffs too. The whole idea that Dahlia was still possessing Maya the entire time. Oh god. Then there's
I think you
Larry.
mean Maurice Donim.
Oh, I can't believe they brought that back for that last case. That's such a good pull, but I hate being reminded of that. Yeah, I don't know if there's even much to say about this case. It's just it pays off so many goddamn things that the rest of the game has been building up. And even though some of those cases have not been ranked nearly as high, the climax to that whole thing, managing to weave it all together, is live exorcism. And the shot of the courtroom being dark and Godot's mask lighting up is like, fuck. And the fact that like his color blindness is established a lot earlier too, that you could have picked up on.
Yeah. He's such a fantastic you know, I put tragic in quotes because he's only tragic in like the Shakespearean sense.
Correct.
You know,
yeah,
he's someone who made wrong decision after wrong decision to satiate his own selfish, you know, desire.
Yep.
For vengeance and agency, that he removes the agency of the woman he's trying to avenge, quote unquote.
Yeah.
And I think, like, you know, some people have made comments about Godot being a misogynist. I think that is an intentional part of his character. It is maybe a little bit ironic, considering some of the unintentional misogyny peppered throughout the original trilogy.
Yes, agreed.
But I think it ties in well to his ultimate downfall, because he you know, he murdered someone. He you know, he took someone away from their family forever, out of spite and vengeance, because he didn't trust the women in his life enough to handle themselves.
Yeah.
And I think that is ultimately a really it is very compelling, like you said. Like he knows it's wrong from the start, and he still pursues it because he needs vindication. He needs satisfaction.
He needs the satisfaction of it.
Yeah, and that is ultimately the third game is ultimately about trust. It's about faith. You know, it is about having faith in people, even when things seem dire. And you know, as much as we dissected the Terry Falls stuff, that is ultimately a tragedy of faith, in that he was instructed to take the poison once he thought he could no longer trust, you know, his partner in crime.
Yeah.
And that pays off in a very satisfying way here, because Godot's ultimate downfall is he doesn't have faith in you know, the women in his life to deal with this issue without his intervention. And that's contrasted with Phoenix, who does have faith in Maya, you know, enough to know that she will be all right and that she's innocent throughout this, and you know, this whole debacle. I'm rambling a bit because I get a bit emotional just thinking about this case, to be honest.
This was going to be one of the ones we talked about a fair bit, because there's just so much to actually dissect. And I don't think the game intentionally does this too often, but I do find the things I find often the most compelling, and obviously there's going to be some bias because I'm a man here, but when the game ends up saying something about masculinity in particular, I find those moments so fascinating. But this is one of those times it feels like actually intentional and not like sort of a little bit more incidental than is meant. And
it's thoughtfully.
The realization...
Based on gay manga.
Yep.
Based on gay manga.
Based on gay manga. The revelation at the end that was actually Godot's problem the whole time is this, like, misplaced masculine urge to protect and the women around him, explicitly having the connected idea that they cannot do that themselves is really fascinating. Because those two statements aren't the same. The idea that men should protect people who are weaker is not the same as adding on to it because they cannot. God. And it's funny because all of that happened a lot more in retrospect, where I was like, okay, this guy's just got a chip on his shoulder. But the kind of like retrospective, or looking in retrospect, once he makes that connection himself, I'm like, oh my god, this whole thing is because this man puts too much fucking pride in his own ability to protect women. And
his own masculinity.
And also, in turn, hurting them more. And hurting other people more as a result. Which... that's a good message to talk about, I think. Because there's a lot of men in the world who could use that kick up the arse.
Yeah, and like they pay off both Miles and Franziska's like trilogy spanning character arcs in neat ways here. I like that Phoenix still hasn't forgiven Edgeworth for all the shit he's done across the two prior games.
Yep.
Like, you know, his long stint as an explicitly corrupt prosecutor, him faking his own death just so that he could do some soul searching, which did emotionally traumatize Phoenix.
Yeah.
And I like that the game reckons with that. Like, I like that Phoenix hasn't forgiven him for that. He hasn't forgiven him for, you know, the shit he pulled in that last trial of the second game. It creates a really good sense of narrative through line and cohesion that I like a lot. And I think it's a huge shame that I don't know if it's Capcom or Yamazaki who just don't like doing that, but that doesn't really continue in the next trilogy. There's not a lot of like character inertia through 4 through 6. And you know, there could be a variety of reasons for that. There could be a variety of reasons for that, but regardless, it still makes me a bit sad. I wish there was more stuff.
I have a big problem with that, and like with one specific plotline in particular. It's like I remember there was a moment in Spirit of Justice where I was literally just screaming at the screen because like there was a huge chance for some character inertia, and the one character in the room who had information that the rest of them didn't, that could cause a forward progression for a character, just did not say a single fucking word for the entire conversation.
Oh, there's the museum.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I'm fiddling. Go on. Well, so, do you want to be more specific there? Because I'm
talking about Apollo literally saying the words, "I wonder who my mom is," or like, "I wonder where she is."
Oh, okay.
And Phoenix
Sorry. I thought
in the room, not engaging in that conversation at all, and then popping in right at the end of it to be like, "Hey guys, we should go do our investigation shit." And like, it just completely denies any kind of forward character I mean, I guess it's Apollo a heavy game, but like, we could have done anything with that, and we instead did nothing.
Yeah.
And we've done nothing with it for 3 fucking games.
Yeah. I guess speaking of Apollo then, we're on to part
Apollo.
2.
Yes.
Yeah.
S.
Yeah,
S is correct.
So I find it really funny that Kristoff gets caught the same way that fucking Furio Tigre got caught.
Yeah.
Fucking idiot.
They are stupid for very opposite reasons. Tigre underthinks things, and Gavin cannot stop being flowery.
Yeah.
His insistence on being poetic and theatrical condemns him, and I love that. I think that's such a good introduction to the character who will be the overarching antagonist of the game.
Honestly, Rosie, you said some things I'm like, whoa, okay. I could probably see that, honestly.
I can see that.
Obviously build up to a big case as opposed to right out the gate hitting it on the head. Like, I can see that there's differences there. But, actually, sorry, I think this is at the top for me, Bridge to the Turnabout. I think there's too much that case accomplishes in my mind.
You gotta at least put Trump like in front of Turnabout Goodbyes, though.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna argue for it to be higher than Rise from the Ashes, but
that is the exact same feeling I have though, Rosie. Like, it is such a phenomenal opening case, and it sets expectations very high, and the game just cannot live up to those. Like, Phoenix removing agency from Apollo in the first case to make the big reveal himself works really well in a tutorial case where it is a very effective use of gamified tutorializing.
Yep.
Phoenix doing the same thing in later cases just does not feel as good.
Yeah. Certainly doesn't. But exceptional introduction to Kristoff, exceptional introduction to Apollo, exceptional introduction to Beanie Phoenix. This game starts off...
introduction to Olga Orly.
Yeah.
Olga Orly!
I think she's fun. Is she a bit of an offensive Romani stereotype? Maybe a little bit, but they kind of sidestepped that in the... They sidestepped that in the dub by playing up, or the English version by playing up her Russianness.
Wait, isn't she putting on that?
She is.
No, she's putting on the Russian guys.
Oh, yes, you're right.
Oh,
Sorry, I
anyway.
intertwined those, I think.
Yeah.
Yes. Gotcha.
But yeah,
Oh, right, because she's pirate.
She is a great bait and switch though, because she has 2 breakdowns, and like you expect her to like she has all the hallmarks of a first case culprit.
Yeah.
So the fact that her second breakdown doesn't end the case, but it leads to the true climax is really smart subversion of expectation. In a way that feels satisfying and not annoying. Like you're not being punished. The game is not like, you know, going you thought. Instead, it's going, oh boy, I bet you, you can't wait to see that what's gonna happen next, huh?
She does also have the obvious pun name. It's true.
I forgot that I love both of her designs equally. Like they are both so good.
See,
oh man,
she does mention the USSR, but only in her fake disguise. She could be making it up. She could have made up the USSR.
It's not real.
I'm gonna find it
Not
real
real.
quick.
Fantasy.
We made it
It's not a
up.
real place.
She invented it for her cover story.
Yup. Where is she? There she is.
There she is. Yeah.
God. Her
You
second design is so fucking good.
you went
Yeah.
by the updated Emma, and I'm like, oh man, that's my wife right there.
Yeah, there she is. Nah, whoa.
Let's get. I also
Ugh.
introduced the Shady Smith,
Stabbing this
aka, aka
Absolutely stabbing that man.
Yeah, Shady Enigmar, aka Zach Gremory, the biggest asshole in the franchise, and for
Biggest
what?
asshole
Yeah.
in the franchise for nothing.
And for what?
For the bits. Okay. Yeah.
man.
Turnabout Trump. Phenomenal. Turnabout Corner?
It's like it's a pretty middle of no pun intended, a pretty middle of the road case for me.
Waki Kataki.
Yeah.
Yeah, Waki Kataki is a character that gets funnier with time, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just because like the more far we are removed from that particular like stereotype, the more comedic it becomes. As you know, as AAVE is continually appropriated by predominantly white Zoomer and Gen Alpha culture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This character just becomes funnier and funnier because he is in the actual age group.
Yeah. Yeah.
That would be saying this shit.
This one does have some really good truces in it. That is true.
Yeah, I like Plum and Winston. The game is unfortunately shitty about Plum, like it is about
I
most
love
of the characters.
Plum.
It
Plum
is
is one of my
franchise.
favorite characters.
How is it shitty about Plum? I may not remember this case as well as I
They
thought.
make jokes about her underwear and like how I can't believe that a
Oh.
criminal want her underwear and whatever.
Yeah.
Of fucking course.
But
Jeez.
like I don't know. I think
Oh my god, I
despite
forgot this
the-
man was
the-
in this case. Oh.
Yeah,
Oh
this-
god,
this
get him
case
off
has-
the screen!
the case has Wesley Stickler and the return of director Hoti, and yet it's still pretty good
What?
overall.
Bayonetta? What the fuck? Oh god, that's...
What's Bayonetta doing?
Well, okay, wait your turn.
I think kind
this
of Rhino
case-
Kuzunoha vibes.
Oh yeah,
This case
yeah.
is overall pretty good. Yeah, the panty shit gets old very fast, and then you still
Yeah.
have to endure a lot of it. But
I gotta be honest, I was very worried I was gonna think of Trucy the same way I did Pearl, of like, oh good, it's the character with
Oh,
one
God.
bit.
Yeah.
Thankfully, in the 6th game, they make her one bit actually phenomenal.
yeah,
but we'll get to that.
They update her a bit to be better.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's neat. I like that Turnabout Corner starts as 3 seemingly unconnected crimes and then like threads them together. I think that's neat. I like most of the supporting cast. Wesley Stickler is Wesley Stickler, but thankfully he is on screen for a mercifully short amount of time overall.
That's true.
We get the introduction of Burnout Emma, who's obviously fantastic.
Yes.
Oh, I
Yes.
love her.
You got the introduction to Clavier, who I think ultimately does not live up to his full potential as a character, but you wouldn't get that
No.
introduction in this case because he is fantastic in this case.
Yes.
I just had Fujo brain.
Oh no.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Yeah, like
Go on.
the,
No.
the fact that one of the very first things he says to Apollo is flirting with him is fantastic.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I just
Yup.
had that thought, and I was like, oh wait, am
Hold
I
on.
in this series in a
Yeah,
new way
I think-
now?
Yeah.
I think what holds this case back, aside from the panties shit, is Alita Tiela is not a particularly compelling antagonist to me.
Yeah.
Like she feels like a less interesting retread of Mimi from the second game. Exact same
Yeah.
profession, very similar backstory. Like she is complicit in a bit of a medical malpractice that ends up having serious consequences for her employer, and is being blackmailed into taking the fall for it. So she resorts to murder to to free herself from that blackmail, though in very different scenarios across
Yeah.
both of them. I will say that much. So yeah, she suffers by comparison. She doesn't get enough screen time to develop as a character. And what characteristics she does have are just a less interesting retread of a very interesting and compelling character. So I can't. The case ends in a bit of a wet fart as a result. It doesn't. The final showdown with her does not feel particularly compelling because you don't get the proper build up to it.
Yeah.
Breakdown is also lame.
If I remember correctly, this is where the game starts doing basically 2 investigations, 2 court trials, as like a more
That was started with the second game.
Was it? Oh shit! No, I think you're right.
The first game is the only one that does 3 full
3,
days of
yeah.
investigation and trial.
Oh, okay.
The second game starts streamlining things a lot more. But this one streamlines it even further with like the snappier interface and the more logical progression.
Yeah.
I don't know. I would say it's a solid B. I would say low B personally. What's good is good. What's bad doesn't weigh it down too much. It's just kind of middle of the road.
I think I'd actually throw it in C because I feel nothing. Like,
I
like,
think that's fair too.
And like, sorry, that's not derogatory. I'm just like, I'm trying to think back of like what was my experience with that case, and I think it was ultimately it's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, go on.
Cool.
I'm in a very similar place about it. I'd rather play a better case if I were to like choose an individual case to play, but like it's well, I'm not gonna say it's inoffensive, but it's a case that I don't mind playing.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna say something that might convince you to put it low B, both of you.
Okay.
You ready?
Yep.
Is it all Doom?
Winston Kitaki eye reveal.
Oh wait.
All right.
Wait.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did get.
Yeah.
I also did get to bust out a Godfather impression in that one too. So you know what?
Yeah, that's true.
You know what?
I love that.
Reveal is peak.
I love though that we chose very different ways of voicing that husband and wife duo. So it ended up being the Godfather if he was married to fucking Marge from Fargo for some reason.
Yeah. I mean, look at him. There is no other way to voice this man.
Obviously based on Marlon Brando.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there any? I don't think there is, huh? There's no like images of him in this characters thing regarding that.
Small.
Yeah,
It's
it's
definitely not
because
gonna
he
be in this
essentially just
either.
has the one sprite. Like he doesn't really emote at all. He just has the one sprite until his eyebrows come up. So
Yeah.
they probably didn't bother giving him his own page. In the physical art book I have, they do have I think one small image of him with his eyes open, but that's it.
I will give this case one extra little mention though, that I think its constant twisting of the direction of the gunshot and the head wound, that got so much more mileage than I expected, and I didn't feel like it was being overdone. Which,
No, I think it was good.
the more I think about it, the more it like twisted, it twists it a fair bit, and the more I'm like, oh no, actually, I the fact I didn't notice too much or that it didn't aggravate me too much, I think says a little bit about it. But yeah,
absolutely.
ultimately it is, yeah, it's fine. Like,
Yeah, I think it's a pretty decent case.
Experientially, it lands a bit higher, but I think if I'm just thinking about going back to it or watching someone go through it, I'm like, shrug. It's fine.
Yeah, okay.
All right.
So this isn't
all right.
There's
this is
nothing
This is absolutely
disgusting.
a no.
What do we? Okay, hold on. Wait.
I am this case's biggest hater. I don't think it's a no. It is a little bit above a no, but it's not a no. There's nothing outright disgusting here, but God, does it make me fucking angry.
Okay, now hear me out.
Okay.
Listen. This is a deeply funny case. This is an extremely funny case.
Luca, you have no idea how much I want to actually agree with you, but
it is such a funny case.
I think the novelty of Dirty Cocoon Money can only carry.
Dirty Cocoon Money.
Dirty Cocoon.
Dave Strider talking Simlish.
Incuritis.
Incuritis.
Like this has the components to be the funniest case in the entire series.
The repetition of seeing Clavier off model, his shitty like 3D model where he looks too orange.
Oh God, yeah.
It is a deeply funny case to me, and I definitely do have a bias to it because my experience of it was with Mina. And like doing all the funny voices and stuff, but like
I mean, I had that too.
On
that
stage.
Listen, I had that too. You're gonna have to sell me harder to even put that in D.
I'm not going to say that it's a good case, and but the thing is I would sooner replay Turnabout Serenade than like 70% of the cases in Ace Attorney.
Oh,
oh my God, yeah.
So like I think this case, I'm going to come at this as calmly and like as level-headed as I can.
Yep, go for it.
This case's internal logic is fundamentally flawed in a way that really angers me on a personal level. I can't pinpoint why that is. I don't know why this one bothers me more than other cases with faulty logic, but I think it's one of those. I think it's just because, like, as someone who does a lot of writing, like I write for a living. There are a lot of very writerly issues with this case. You can see, if you take a step back, how everything makes sense in Takumi's head when he was writing it, but he forgot to convey it in a way that would make sense to an audience that does not have his foreknowledge.
Yeah,
and that's something he admitted in retrospect when talking about this case, is that he personally believes that Damien Crescent is a weak antagonist because he doesn't do enough to establish Crescent's meddling in the investigation. Because the premise of the police's case here is patently absurd. They are asserting that a 13-year-old supposedly blind child fired a gun powerful enough to dislocate a grown man's arm and killed an enormous bodyguard, then dragged his body all the way across the venue onto a raised platform, activated the platform, and then hopped on it without anyone seeing him or raising any alarms. Like that is patently absurd, and it does not make a single lick of sense how things got to trial unless you establish that Crescent was interfering with the investigation and was planting evidence and fabricating stuff to make that seem more plausible.
Yeah.
Because that is not established, the case's internal logic is broken from the trop. Like it makes you want to tear your hair out when you're doing the court segments. And Clavier, who is a character established to be clever and charismatic, is arguing things that are physically impossible. Like that cannot happen in this world. And that's what makes it just such a profoundly frustrating experience. Because as funny as the character writing is in this case, and there is some very funny character writing, the moment to moment gameplay of this case is so frustrating. It really rips me out of the experience.
Yeah, I would also like to direct. I would like to direct the stream to the counters I made visible again, because I didn't delete them at the time. I have 6 counts of blind, 4 counts of child, and 3 counts of how in all caps.
So, to a counterpoint,
Okay.
the entire time Mina was describing that, I was laughing my ass off.
Look, I can appreciate the comedy in it. I did not enjoy experiencing this case.
Yeah, I think
I
Interitis
think-
and Dirty Cocoon Money are enough to save this from no, but I would not put it any higher than E.
Writers speaking
And
Simlish.
I gave him that Animal Crossing voice, and it was really fun. But every time I stepped out of that, I had to try and figure out what the fuck this case's logic was, and that was an
Like, what-
infuriating experience.
I don't think that the writing casts aspersions on some characters that I don't think it means to cast. Like having La Miroir value her kayfabe more than the life of her assistant is really shitty. It makes her look so much more selfish than I think she is meant to look, because she is otherwise portrayed as a very benevolent character. So the fact that you have to drag that information out of her and Maki, it just feels bad. Like, why your young assistant, your ward, is potentially being put to death for this, and you're gonna value the sanctity of your music career over helping him.
For the character that ends up being fucking Apollo and Trucy's mother, it's just such a weird fucking motivation or like sense of logic to place on her. Like I don't have anything positive to say about this case.
What I think would have worked a lot better is if she's passionately arguing for his freedom and using the kayfabe as part of that. Like if she's the one to continuously insist he's blind, he couldn't have done this. He's blind, he couldn't have done this. So that makes it so that when the kayfabe is revealed, it makes her seem shadier because she's been pushing for that. But like, because that's not how they do it, because she's just mum about it the entire time, it just makes her seem so much colder and more uncaring than I think she's meant to, and that's a bummer because I otherwise think that she's a nice character.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's strange. I'm not really sure why a lot of the decisions were made in this case. I don't think that Tsutakumi has claimed, inebriation for this one like he has with Big Top. So I think it really is just a case of a writer that was too in their own head and couldn't see the forest for the trees when trying to put a case together. Oftentimes, the reason the third case curse exists is because the middle of a story is the hardest part to write. You can make a really well-defined beginning and ending, but creating the connective tissue that gets you from the beginning to ending is very difficult.
Yeah.
And you can see that especially here, where the game is just kind of floundering to try and create a case that adds more inner life to Clavier, but also gives Apollo and Trucy these familial connections. It just all kind of comes crumbling down.
Yeah.
Crescent is a disappointing antagonist with a very silly breakdown in penis hair. Very difficult to take
That
seriously.
too. Yep.
Doesn't really seem threatening or interesting because he's motivated almost purely by greed and nothing else. He doesn't get any moments of pathos or moments of satisfying like catharsis. He's just kind of a shitty cop.
Yeah.
There are enough shitty cops in the world.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I just, like, I find literally nothing compelling about it. I feel like, oh shit, hold on, I'm not showing the tier list because I'm stupid. That was the one case in this entire, well, actually, except Turnabout Big Top. What? Fuck. Okay, the one thing I'll give about Turnabout Big Top over Turnabout Serenade is it didn't actively aggravate me every fucking second that it existed. There were at least moments, like, I got to see Mo on screen and he'd make a dumb joke about the C Team, where a team of clowns who had been... It's just like dumb references. That at least got laughs out of me. I was laughing out of frustration in this fucking case. I find Turnabout Big Top more reprehensible. That is wild, Luca.
I'll always be your number one fan, Turnabout Serenade.
God.
Case I ranked C.
God damn. No, never. No.
Succession's a hard one. The ingredients are good. The cake just does not turn out well.
I
Yeah.
it's quite based.
Isn't that the first case?
That's the first
That is-
one.
that is-
Yeah.
I
that is
didn't
from-
bring it. I didn't
Yeah.
bring it up.
All right. Well, obviously we have to knock it down a rank for
we have
that.
to bump. We have to bump Trump up.
No, fuck, you're right. No. That doesn't.
no,
That
it's
doesn't.
perfect.
There is
No.
a power gap between Turnabout and Rise from the Trump and Rise from the
Yeah,
Ashes.
no, yeah, that's right.
Like,
That's correct.
I think Turnabout Succession I would like a lot as a short story. I don't think I like it as much as a game. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah. I think.
the actual story in here is compelling. Just the way you mechanically interface with that story and the way that it is told, and like this completely out of choose your own adventure style really does a disservice to some of the actually really good character writing in it.
I
Yeah.
will make the argument that you cannot present like Kristoff's final psyche lock in any capacity other than as a game, though. Not as satisfyingly or like curiously as that.
Turnabout Succession goes in no because of the Mason System Investigation UI in the DS version. When it says end search, the word search is misaligned by one
Alright,
pixel.
That's
in
so-
the dumpster you go.
I hate
Inexcusable.
That you know
Yeah.
that. I
Fuck.
hate that you know that.
But I like the Mason System being named after Perry Mason's really cute. I like that. I think that there was a way to tell this story in a compelling and intriguing way, and a time-bending supercomputer that lets you carry evidence to different time periods was not the way to do that.
It's weird.
Yeah.
that is weird.
It.
I hate this case for not letting Apollo have his moment in the game literally named after him.
Yeah. Honestly, this like falls into B at most, simply because this is like, hang on. This is the only final case in the entire series that I left being like, oh.
Yeah.
And that says a lot. And arguably, besides the beginning, the ending is an extremely important thing to get right. And the fact that it, like, mechanically it kind of falls apart and doesn't really give Apollo a moment of his own. I want to like this case a lot because I find Kristoff, like, a really awesome character. But the back half of this being a drag is a crime, honestly.
It's unfortunate. Like I said, I like the ingredients here. I think
Yeah.
they were cooking something. I just don't understand who they were trying to feed.
Oh my god.
And then there's like, this is also the culmination of like Phoenix's overall plan, which again I like that like Phoenix felt he had to kind of get the system into a position that it could actually convict Kristoff in this way. But yeah, I like that the ending is so nothing. I can't get past it. Like all the
Kristoff's breakdown is really good.
Yeah, it really
I love
is.
Kristoff turning into a mummy. That's great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yo.
I love the skull mark on
The
the back of
oh
his
my
hand.
god, that's
also
so see
cool
that's
as fuck.
that's stupid fun. That was like shut the fuck up. That like I saw the devil and it's actually the fucking mark on his hand that you could
Yeah,
only see
the
in Apollo's well actually no, sorry, you can see it outside of Apollo's sight, but
His demon arm surges with power.
and also the little thing where like him like hitching his glasses and staring through Apollo's vision and seeing Kristoff like death staring back is like a phenomenal moment as well.
it's so good.
Yeah, I think like
Yeah,
I think
it
like
just-
the one part of the narrative that really bothers me is that the entire issue of the stamp only comes up because neither party could be normal for 1 second. Like
Yeah.
if Kristoff was wanted the stamp to be used and so that the poison could be applied, there was no tactical benefit to choosing a rare collector stamp that one might be inclined to keep instead of using.
Oh yeah.
And just as equally ridiculously, why the fuck did Drew Measham smash a frame containing his daughter's prized possession to mail
He's
a
an
letter?
asshole.
Yeah.
Because he's an asshole.
But he's not. He's portrayed as otherwise, somewhat thoughtful. And there are obviously
Absolutely.
the issue of him making a living by exploiting his daughter's talent for forgery, but it's hard to square that action with the rest of the way he's portrayed as a character.
The blue badger mark on the back of his hand.
So funny.
Awesome.
That's delightful. That's wonderful.
You know what?
But yeah, it kind of undermines both Measham and Kristoff, because they both make a very strange, unintelligent decision that ends up biting them in the ass.
Yeah. Also, this is the bit where we find out that Zach Gramarye, or the circumstances that actually led to Zach being on the run and disappearing, right?
Yeah. My name is Zach Gramarye, and I'm going to ruin my daughter's caretaker's life.
Yup.
For no reason.
God, I almost want to put this in D. I'm not gonna lie. This is just such a disappointment of a final case. Do I want to put that in D?
I think it's better than both of the cases in D, is the only thing.
Yeah, because there's enough
representative for C.
Yeah, I think almost out of spite, just because it fucks the ending so hard. I think C is good, because yes, a lot of it is really great. There's some really weird pacing issues in it, but ultimately it is a finale that sucks and yeah. All right.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
2 games to go.
Unfortunately.
2 games to go.
Okay, motherfucker.
Why is this case multiple days? Why the fuck is this case multiple days?
That's a great question.
Fucking hell, this fucking case.
Punished Apollo.
Don't even joke, guys.
Athena.
I'm. Uh-oh.
What?
Game? Okay. It just took a long time to load Ted Tonate.
He has a lot of pixels, okay?
Alright. Alright. So,
yeah.
So, I liked Apollo Justice overall. In particular, the things I liked about it were Apollo himself, the dynamic he, Phoenix, and Trucy had, and especially Beanie Phoenix.
Beanie Phoenix is hot.
Beanie Phoenix is the best. He is also hot. But I really like a Phoenix that has moved outside of the system of law and is trying to still, do things around it. I find that a really compelling arc for him to go through and be in, alongside Apollo, who is trying to get in. I think there's a lot of, especially when this game ends up talking about, the justice system and stuff like that. It creates an interesting dynamic between, kind of the jaded, out-of-it Phoenix and the up-and-coming, kind of still believes in the system Apollo, to really, see that tension kind of go through it.
Right, and so Turnabout Countdown does the same thing, right?
So, Turnabout Countdown just says, okay. Oh, this fucking case. In retrospect, I hate this case, actually a lot. Because this is everything wrong with Dual Destinies. It gives Athena it puts Athena front and center, and then pushes her aside for a Phoenix that has just decided to take up his badge again, is moved past all of the cynical shit he's thought about the justice system and all of that. All in service to... what? A blander fucking narrative?
Yeah.
this is gonna be the common thing with Dual Destinies. Case, logic, actually really great. Actually really good. Yeah.
Actually genuinely really good.
Yeah. The whole setup with, like... Oh, god damn it. I don't even know if I'm talking about the right case now.
I hate Athena's entire mechanic in this game, by the way. It is
Yes.
legitimately the worst fucking thing in the entire world.
Yes.
And it's so difficult to fucking parse.
Yeah.
Oh my
it's-
god, I hate it.
Yeah, I don't like that either.
Skill issue.
Shut up.
Alright.
Fuck you.
Fine. I'll wear that. Fuck this case. Fuck
Both
this
me
game.
and Warfy hate it,
Um,
then like it can't just be us.
Yeah.
I'm
But-
just fucking with you.
Yeah, but really, like, a lot of this case and the way it's built, like, I find really compelling. Even the fact that it is actually presented out of the timeline order, I think can still work. Like, I like that on paper. But I just really do not like the broader movements this makes with almost any character in this case.
Why
I
is this
agree
case
with that.
multiple days?
Why
Why is this case
why is that
multiple days?
case multiple days? It's a fucking tutorial case. It can be over in one.
Yeah.
It doesn't
It's not complicated.
No, like
Yeah.
You see
The-
Ted tonate and you go, oh yeah.
but
The
but
kindest
it's
thing
not
I
even
can say about this case is that I like Juniper Woods. I think she's a fun character.
I think
She
Juniper
should be
Woods
gay
a
though.
lot.
It's inexcusable
be
that
gay.
she's straight.
Yep.
She should be gay. She shouldn't like Apollo. She should be gay.
Yeah. Because Athena obviously likes her. She should like Athena back. All I'm saying.
Yep.
Oh, she
Yup.
really obviously likes her.
Yup.
Like Yamazaki, take notes. You could improve this case with one easy trick.
Yep. Yep. That's it.
Would it make the logic or storytelling better? No, but I would defend it because it's gay. I'm a very
like it
easy
more.
to please woman.
Yeah. We love gay people's wrongs. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if that applies to this case specifically, but that was too funny not to
I-
say.
I do like Dual Destinies is very frustrating in general for me because like Athena, I love Athena. Athena's a fun character,
Mhm.
and I wish Capcom agreed with that.
I
don't know
wish
if it's a Capcom thing.
I wish the writers did.
I wish the writers agreed
Yeah.
with that.
Yeah. I just I don't understand why you would like Apollo gets the reins taken away from him, but I think it works in character for Phoenix, who is like on the like again not an active lawyer, like taking the reins to put the screws to Kristoff to get him out of the picture. Like and it works as a tutorial there because it's something that you can't expect the player to actually do, and it specifically takes the control away from the player at that point. Like, you are not playing Phoenix at all. You are playing Apollo, and you are experiencing Phoenix doing this thing. This, like, I don't understand what the logic is of, like, introducing Athena. Again, making her fold from Winston fucking Payne.
It was Gasp and Pain actually.
Whatever. Fuck that entire lineage. Yeah. Like, that's in... Especially when Blackwell is someone she has Mina, you yelled about this, and I'm so on board with this now. What the fuck is the idea that Athena is folding to fucking Pain when she actively, when she actively was fighting in the courtroom against Blackwell?
Yeah,
I know they have a
what I mean by
history, but like...
This game's chronology works against it, because these two moments, Phoenix's triumphant return and Athena's folding to Gasp and Pain, doesn't work because this isn't Phoenix's first case back, nor is it Athena's first case.
And I just... Dual Destinies reeks of insecurity of the direction that, like, the series was going during Apollo Justice, and I'll never shake that. Every like, broaden a character moment this game has is unfortunately marred by the cynicism I have of, you don't feel brave enough to actually to continue down the line this was going. Like, And
which is a very interesting thing to say, considering you earlier said that you think that this game makes one of the boldest, like, narrative choices you've seen in an Ace Attorney game.
What the Fulbright thing?
The Phantom's identity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but that's the thing. And this is again indicative of the kind of mixed feelings I have, because narrative, like, that's within the circle of the game, right? And even within the circle of the case to some degree. Usually, those cases in and of themselves, and admittedly, I am being a bit harsh on Turnabout Countdown, specifically because it is the first point of this game. I think it's emblematic of the larger issues. But again, the logic within it is great. I like all the characters within it and all of that. And that's the problem, I think. It's like, case to case, a lot of this is fucking great. But every time the overarching narrative comes into play, anytime the overarching motivations of Phoenix, Athena, and Apollo come in, I'm like, I despise you keep trying to move away from this while also shoving Phoenix in my face. Like, I'm not going to be compelled otherwise.
It's like, I don't
It feels insulting.
Anymore. Yeah. It's like jingling keys in front of my face.
Yeah. Yeah. In the media thread that, like, I abandoned in January because I fucking, bad shit was happening and I mixed up a lot of emotions with getting that stuff onto paper. I might resume that at some point to recount 2025. But yeah, I laid all pretty much this out, like, there. So, no, I'd probably put it in D because as an opening shot, the fact that you got everything I liked out of Apollo Justice out of the picture, just, like, that annoys me. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Your case could be as good as you want.
Disappointment.
It's frustrating.
Yeah, this game and Investigations 1 both have really fucky chronologies to their absolute detriment, and I think there is a world where you tell the same cases in this game in chronological order, and it works better because you can actually build upon them.
Yeah.
And I think, like, if you combined Turnabout Countdown with the Cosmic Turnabout to make, like, one full-length case instead of, like, two shorter ones, that is a more compelling narrative overall, because, like, you actually get to build up and resolve the mystery that happens halfway through the Cosmic Turnabout. Like,
yep.
I don't know. It does irk me a lot. I think it's just trying to be, it's doing this, yeah, like Rosie said, because it is the thing that the most successful game up to that point did. So you might as well eat that. Without understanding why it had the narrative and emotional impact it did in 3.
Yeah. And like,
that's all I have to say. I don't have anything else I can really wring from the stone.
I think we've wringed enough, honestly. And the bit that I will say, though I do think putting that on Ace Attorney 3 is a bit harsh, I will say that I share that animosity to the writers for taking that direction with Dual Destinies, because they are aping things from the past in order to replicate that thoughtlessly, and also, in my opinion, out of cowardice for where they were headed originally. Like, I find everything about that case, like, really fucking annoying. I'm talking myself into putting it into E, honestly, but I think at least there's a lot of really good stuff in the case itself that I'll give it at least that. However,
it doesn't make zero sense when you think about it like Turnabout Serenade does. And again, it has Jennifer Woods, who is a better character than any of the fucking chuckleheads introduced in Turnabout Serenade, so...
Yeah. Is it worse than The Lost Turnabout? No, it's worse than The Lost Turnabout. Whatever.
I don't know, I would say it's a bit better than Lost Turnabout. I really don't like Lost Turnabout.
You know what? I think pure logic-wise, yeah, I'd probably give it at least that. Anyway, Monstrous Turnabout, though... I really love this case.
I really love this case.
I'm really surprised to hear both of you hear that. I was going into this thinking that I would be the one who's more positive on a lot of Five's more infamous cases.
I love this one.
I would like to subscribe to your newsletter. Tell me your thoughts.
I love all the characters. I think, you know what, I will also give this case this, because this is the first, oh no, Apollo Justice did that as well, maybe that's not.
Cop suplex cutscene, I forgot about that too.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my god.
I think it's just a really fun time, honestly. Like, I have
it's just a fun case.
Yeah, like, fucking, what's his name? Dude who keeps changing his hair color.
Florent LaBelle.
Oh.
Yes, LaBelle. Gayest man in history.
Gay Joker.
Yes. And then, yeah, just all the characters are really compelling. I enjoyed the mystery enough. This almost lost me because I feel like it really stretched thin the bit where, like, the clothes have been, or the costume was thrown out the window, but everyone was like, "Oh my god, it's I forget his name.
Mataro.
Yeah,
And Mataro.
He's flying. We caught it on in the newspaper, and like immediately I was like, "Oh, okay, that's the costume that got thrown out the thing."
Yeah, like, obviously he wasn't flying.
Yeah, like, no, it's a little bit like the time travel thing of like, well, that's obviously didn't happen, but it uses that as the pivotal moment to go back to investigation, and I was kind of like, okay,
yeah, I think this is a case in which I think it was a mistake to show you who did it at the start. Not because I think it's hard to figure out. It's not. As soon as you see Florent LaBelle, you can pretty easily hone in on him as the culprit.
You mean the Joker?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, but I think the anime cutscene is dishonest in a way that can affect your understanding of the case. And I think that kind of hurts it overall. There are inconsistencies between that animated cutscene and the actual crime scene as it is presented to you later. And I don't know. It's maybe this is a nitpick, but that was my experience playing it, at least, because I thought I had an understanding of the moments leading up to the Alderman's death based on what was presented in that cutscene. But later you find out that it was a lot more complicated than that. So it just feels like an unnecessary muddying of the waters. And I think if they had just replaced LaBelle with like a shadowy figure or something that shows him approaching with a spear, you know, that might work better in my opinion.
Danganronpa culprit.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
The gray guy who does all the murders.
To its credit, though, I think it ends up in a playing with, well, not really playing with it, but like the mystery and everything else around it is so the characters are interesting, the mystery itself is interesting without the villain actually being a mystery. So like that doesn't really take away from it much for me, but it is like, I don't know. Like, didn't they put one of his beauty products in the fucking tomb? Am I remembering that correctly?
Yeah, because Phineas Filch stole one of his hand creams.
Yeah,
and
that's
then when
right.
Filch did his heist out of boredom, he accidentally dropped it while scampering out of the chamber.
That's right.
And like, see, I think LaBelle's plot being so overly complicated that Filch was able to do a better version out of boredom in one afternoon is very funny.
Yes.
That is very funny, but it does kind of undermine LaBelle's credibility as a threat in a way. I don't know if that's something that matters to either of you at all. But I guess like it just makes him look foolish, and it makes the whole case feel kind of perfunctory.
Yeah.
When, you know, there's the idea of like it was all for nothing. Oh, this was such a pointless exercise. You know, he murdered someone for something he could have just asked for politely, and Filch would have gone and gotten it for him if the ingot was even still there to begin with.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It just makes the conclusion ring kind of hollow to me. It just makes me feel kind of anticlimactic, I guess.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Maybe I'm alone in feeling that.
I don't know. I just largely remember it as a very fun case. Like, I like the theming of it a lot.
It is very hard to beat the yokai pro wrestling
It's
theming.
very hard to beat,
yeah.
like, the theming of the entire thing. Like, I think the soundtrack for the entire case is great. I like...
Jinxie
I enjoy
Tenma
all of
is an adorable character.
Jinxie Tenma is an adorable character, and I would die for her. I like every character in that case. I like how they're all based on like different yokai and stuff like that, and like I dig that a lot.
Apollo and Athena make a really good investigative duo. I like that
They
Phoenix
do.
is out of the way for most of this case.
I think the vibes of this one are just like good overall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even if the case logic isn't like perfect, you know.
I don't think it's even that it has like problems. I think it's just kind of honestly, it feels a little bit like the bar of what the later games should be trying to aim toward, right? Like
I think so, yeah.
It feels like this is more the new standard in ways. It doesn't have, like, at least from memory, like, it doesn't have anything super standout in terms of its reveals. It doesn't have anything really, like, new in terms of the way it kind of constructs its case. It's just pretty damn solid with a lot of great characters. Like, honestly, I have to give the cast of this case probably the biggest props, and probably the reason it's in high B for me, at least. Because, like, that is the most compelling part of it, and it was really fun to act out those characters.
Yeah, I can appreciate that. Even like, I don't know. I guess it kind of like occupies this miasmic space in my brain where like the theming is the most memorable thing about it.
Yeah.
The actual logic and mystery don't stand out, and I do recall, Luca, you complaining a lot about how hand-holdy this case was and how you didn't enjoy the moment-to-moment experience of playing it.
That's the thing with me playing Dual Destinies, period. And I don't really hold that against the individual cases. I hold that against how Dual Destinies is designed and how Dual Destinies is supposed to be this gateway for people to get back into Ace Attorney. So it's like it is the most heavily tutorialized and hand-holdy of every single one of the games, and I find that, and it makes me even more frustrated with Dual Destinies as a game because I really like almost all of the cases and a lot of the characters in it, and like especially the final case.
I will say fair. I think the ability for me to turn that off in the trilogy probably saved me from that.
Oh my god, you can turn it off in the trilogy?
Yeah. I think it was one of the first things Mina got me to do when I was in this game specifically.
I have to. Oh, we had a very different experience of Dual Destinies, buddy.
No,
yeah.
Okay, I think there's a bit of a misunderstanding here. What I got Warfy to turn off was the consultation feature, which only affects the trials. It's the thing where if you manually advance to the last
I thought that's
state,
what we were talking about.
Cross-examination.
Yeah.
No, I was talking about the way, like the way that it removes your ability to examine anything that isn't like plot important. And the fact that it has like it aggressively checklists you with like nudges of where to go next and what to examine next, and it gives you very little agency. That's what I remember Luca complaining a lot about. Was that like whenever you got to examine a room, you didn't even get to investigate everything. It was just a checklist of things to look at.
Yeah, I think that's definitely fair. Some of that I think I probably was fine with because I find walking about the world in Ace Attorney like the least interesting thing. So if it's just going to straight up say, hey, we should go to this place now, I'm like, sweet. Let me get to the interesting things more quickly. I don't know. Maybe that's just me then. Alright, we kind of need to speed this up a bit because we're already a little bit over time. Turnabout Academy.
I've high E, low D for me. I think this case has some fun stuff and a couple cute characters. I love you, Miriam. I wish you were in a better case. This is a very personal gripe. This case's fundamental misunderstanding of gender identity bums me the fuck out.
Yeah.
There is no reason why Robin Newman isn't an AMAB trans woman, but that would require like a single modicum of like guts and courage in portraying a diverse character.
Yeah.
Instead, they go with the most boring and tired anime trope of this is a cis character who's forced to live as the wrong gender identity, which does not fucking happen in real life.
yeah,
Or if it does happen, it happens a fraction as much as, like, you know, trans people who are forced to live as their birth identity, or their assigned gender at birth, rather. And it chafes against me in a really irritating way. And the fact that you effectively out her in the middle of the courtroom, to basically no avail, because it doesn't end up going anywhere significant.
It doesn't matter.
It just feels grimy. It feels grimy and gross. And like the game criticizes Miriam for being a gossip monger, you know, who's willing to spread hurtful information to take people down a peg. But like, here you are, you know, doing that as part of the plot to no avail, and it's bothersome. You know, it irks me. I love Juniper. I love Miriam. Constance seemed like she was a pretty cool woman.
Can't have a woman on screen with visible crow's feet. Time to die.
Yeah. Means is one of the most obvious culprits that isn't explicitly told to you, to the point where a glitch in the 3DS version was the only thing that made him less obvious.
Oh my! What?
So when he first appears in the game, he's supposed to not have his staff because he's using that staff to pose the victim like the Phoenix Wright statue. But the issue is, in the 3DS version, there was a glitch that loaded the wrong character model so that he does have his staff. Which means, when they call back to that moment later, and you're supposed to remember that he didn't have it on him during that first appearance, that doesn't work. But it unintentionally created a more plausible cover for him, because if you do notice that, it sticks out like a sore thumb. Like, you have no reason not to think something shady with him the second time you see him. So they accidentally caused a glitch that made him less suspicious, and yet he's still one of the most obvious culprits in the franchise.
I think he's really fun, though.
I mean, his breakdown and like his transformation are fun, but if I have to hear the ends justify the means one more time, I like...
Wait,
it's such a basic beginner's understanding of morality and legal ethics, and like, it's not interesting commentary. It is like the power of friendship and the power of truth repackaged in legal or philosophical schema.
And I don't.
And that's what bothers me so much.
I don't think packaging that strict as a thing that also happens on the defense lawyer side is enough to actually make that compelling either. And I feel like it leans on that a lot.
And it feels hypocritical, because this is a series in which the ends have often justified the means. Like, multiple times across this franchise, characters have made difficult decisions to hurt someone or to reveal uncomfortable truths in the pursuit of justice. And what is that if not the ends justifying the means?
Yeah.
Like,
I was gonna bring this up also.
I also Dark Age of the Law.
Dark Age of the Law. We hadn't said
hell.
the words yet, and we're like 3 cases deep into Dual Destinies.
Which speaks a lot to how vapid it is as a thematic through line.
Yeah.
You're telling me that Manfred von Karma operated with impunity for 20 fucking years, putting God knows how many innocent people to death, and yet one lawyer supposedly forging evidence, and one prosecutor who is the 4th such prosecutor to have committed murder. Committing murder is enough to cause a Dark Age? Like,
Red,
I
White.
find the Dark Age very funny.
Red, White, Damon Gan, Manfred von Karma.
Yeah.
Game 1.
Godot.
Game 1.
I mean, supposedly Black Quill.
Game 1 has obvious, clear, and publicly known sources of justice system corruption, interdepartmental corruption, and you're trying to tell me Phoenix and Blackwell broke everyone's fuck out of here.
Yeah, and it's especially egregious because this game was directed by Yamazaki, who also directed Ace Attorney Investigations 2, in which the people's loss of faith in the legal system was an important plot element of that game. So it feels like he has amnesia of his own themes and ideas, and it's ludicrous. Like this case bothers me from top to bottom, and it is moderately salvaged by having a few very charming characters and some funny jokes in it. It's so unfortunate that Athena has this is her only playable case in the first game.
God.
At least they made it up with it. They made it up to her with a really good case in her second game. That's all I can say.
That's so true.
I fucking forgot.
So right.
I forgot that's the only one you can. Oh my god!
And it's her introductory game.
So I would personally put this in like high E.
Yeah, no, you're right.
I'd say it's a bit more tolerable than Serenade, but like the bungling of a trans identity bothers me a lot. The incessant false moralization bothers me a lot. It's just a mess. It's a mess.
I still find Dark Age of the Law so fun. I cannot hate Dark Age of the Law because I find the concept and the phrase like uproariously funny.
Yeah.
For some strange reason. Like I just find it very, very funny, and it brings such a light to my life.
Dick Gumshoe getting a salary cut for the 4th time this month.
No.
It sure is the Dark Age of the Law, pal.
God, it should have been the Dark Age of the Law the second everyone learned how much fucking Gumshoe gets paid.
Oh my god.
Okay,
we gotta go. We gotta move.
Okay.
Cosmic Tournament is so hard to rank because it's a third of a case. You need Countdown and Tomorrow to have the whole, story.
I genuinely have a hard time ranking this by itself.
By itself, it is very middle of the road. I think the reveal that Apollo was wearing the bandage before he got injured is interesting. That is a really good moment because it makes you go, oh, so if he didn't get that from his injuries, why was he wearing it?
That's
true. A really nice morsel of intrigue to nibble on for the first half of the case. But then it pivots back to being Phoenix, and I just lose interest. I
also like Yuri Cosmos.
Yep.
Do you play as Apollo at any point in this game?
No.
During Monstrous and the first half of
yeah,
Cosmos.
sorry. Yeah, you're right.
yes, because those were in the past.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yuri Cosmos is great. Aura Black Quill is great. Aura Black Quill is like a top 10 Ace Attorney character.
Oh, I fucking
Aura
love
Black
Aura.
Quill.
We love
In fact,
a mean lesbian.
Yeah.
We love a mean
But
lesbian.
yeah, Cosmic is as middle of the road as it gets for me. It's hard for me to summon any serious opinions on it because it is pulled in two different directions, weighed down by Countdown, but uplifted by Tomorrow. So
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
which
yeah,
speaking
fair,
of,
I
don't know. I think the Fulbright reveal alone lands this in S tier.
Yeah. It is very obviously trying to be Bridge 2.
But
it is the experience of playing it and getting some legitimately good character moments is pretty unassailable, I think. I don't know if I would go as far as S tier.
I'm trying to.
I did enjoy it. I've played through this case twice by myself and once with each of you, and all 4 times I enjoyed it. So I can't say it's a bad case.
Let's go. Can we go through some shots of it?
So, oh my god.
We didn't really. Oh my god. I forgot about Clay Terran, Cloud and Tifa moment at Nibelheim.
There was one thing I just wanted to add to interrogate you both about.
Yes,
Carter's case.
Yep.
Would you prefer the twist being the Phantom is Fulbright or Fulbright is the Phantom? The way that it's handled in the game right now is that Fulbright was a real person, but at some point in the past year, he was killed and replaced by an anonymous secret agent who just assumes his identity for the course of this game. Do you prefer that, or do you prefer Bobby Fulbright is a real person who has his own life and family and whatever, but he was also a secret agent doing all this behind the scenes background shit?
I prefer the first one.
Yeah, me too. I like the idea that you never actually met the real Fulbright.
You never met him.
And this person is so
I find
lost
that interesting.
in their identities.
I find that so interesting because different people have very different answers to that question.
Yeah.
I had friends in high school who played this case, and were like, "Man, I'm so sad we never got to meet the real one. I would have much preferred if he, if he was a real person and this was just an aspect of his identity or whatever."
Mm-hmm.
Oh, absolutely not.
I can see that. That this is something that Fulbright had done in the past, has tried to move on from, but gets kind of like it comes back to bite him when people start looking into the case again with his position there. No, I can see that. I definitely prefer the other, that this is that the Phantom is that the Phantom is Fulbright. That's the one where I like characters that are so. It's like a character in I shouldn't say the name of that game. There is another Mina. I'm transmitting brainwaves to you right now. I love the idea that
I can feel it. Boop, 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 boop,
yeah,
boop, boop, boop.
good. Okay, great. I'm glad those got transmitted through my camera. But yeah, the idea of a character getting like lost in their role to the point that like they can't come out of it, and they're incoherently lost to that chameleon state is a really compelling character to me. And I honestly like. I hear everyone in terms of like maybe not S tier. Maybe it's just the way I experienced that reveal. That is gonna sit with me for the rest of time. Like
I think that aha moment in this case is so good.
I felt myself like turning slowly to Fulbright. Like there's no fucking way. But
no
like the
fucking way
realization just like crushing me. I was just like.
Yeah,
it
is really good though. I do agree with what Rosie is saying there. I think it is a bit of a bummer that once the reveal happens, he stops being a character.
Yes, that's true.
Like you don't really get any interiority after that reveal, and it would be for a game all about psychological examination and emotional resonance. It would have been nice to have a little bit more, digging into like his emotional state and why he's so paranoid and why he chose to do to act as cruelly and ruthlessly as possible beyond just efficiency, because it's not just efficiency. He went out of his way to be cruel to people.
Yeah.
That can't really be squared with his I'm emotionless. I don't possess emotions anymore. Persona.
I don't know. I disagree. I find it compelling that this person's like interiority has been reduced to a void to the point that agitation of the walls he's put up is responded with violence. And I don't know if... I'd have to look back at the writing of the case again. I don't know whether it perfectly executes that, but I find that a very fascinating kind of like thing. It's like you nudge the hornet's nest and you're suddenly shot by a gun. You know what I mean? Like
I can see where you're coming from.
But yeah, like I think we can all agree there's a lot to this case that is really, really fucking good.
Yes.
I think it just edges into S tier for me because of that reveal. Otherwise, I think it'd be an easy high A.
See, this is going to cause a bit of an issue for me, though, because I think Turnabout Reclaimed is the best case in this game, and I would not put it in S tier, personally.
I don't really disagree. This is one of those points where the average of Turnabout for Tomorrow might be strictly lower than Turnabout Reclaimed, which I actually agree. I think Turnabout Reclaimed might be the best case in there. But I have a hard time moving away from that moment. Like, it actually is so phenomenal, it kind of, like, breaches that logic, if that makes sense.
I understand exactly what Worthy is saying, and I do agree with that.
I guess we can move on to Turnabout Reclaim then. Turnabout Reclaim is fucking great.
Sasha!
We be pirates that love to sail the seven seas. That's a bunch of scandals.
I think
Sasha.
Reclaimed is such an anomaly because it is written in such a different way from the rest of Dual Destinies, in my onion. It has the spirit of a different game, is how I would put it. Like the way that it writes its narrative and characters and backstory feels distinctly different from the way the rest of Dual Destinies handles that stuff.
Yes.
And I think the reason it feels like it's so much more intertwined with the story of Dual Destinies than Turnabout Time Traveler is in Spirit of Justice. So I think that they I think that it's like it was carved out of the main game and sold as DLC because Capcom realized, or maybe not Capcom, maybe it was Yamazaki, I don't know, someone involved in production realized that they had gold on their hands. But I don't know, I liked it. I think that this is a phenomenal case. I agree, it does have like the vibe of a third case. But if that was the case, if it was the third case, it would be the best third case in the series by a decent margin, I think.
That's probably the best third case of any game, honestly.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I have a very strong affinity for this case. It's fun, you know. Obviously, like people go, haha, funny orca case, but like the actual like dramatic payoff in this game, in this case, like the pathos in it is really good. It's a deeply empathetic case that has a strong beating heart in it. I like that they can portray characters who are morally complex without absolving them of their wrongdoing. Like almost everyone involved in this case has some skeletons in their closet. Like Norma de Plume, you know, as much as she wants to consider herself like an objective truth teller, has a very strong bias that she's setting out to confirm rather than, you know, trying to just find the truth. And to her credit, she does very gracefully pivot once she is definitively proven wrong and becomes a very staunch ally, which is so fucking refreshing that finally there is a fat character in one of these games who isn't treated like a joke.
God.
I love her.
She still gets shit. She still, you know, they still have moments of like, oh my eyes, when her, you know, shirt falls open and whatever. But like, the fact that she is able to have unambiguously heroic moments and ultimately contributes to the rehabilitation of the aquarium's image is good. I think that she's a lovely character, and I think that the rest of the cast are great too. Dr. Crab is great.
Yep.
You know, Marlon obviously leans on some stereotypes, but as a character, he is emotionally complex and has a very rich motivation as well.
Yep.
I think like Sasha is a very fun like client for this case.
I do also really like the sleight of hand with Crab specifically, keeping him away from the story for so long, only to reveal that actually he wasn't involved. We weren't just hiding him because he was a villain.
It is another really smart use of expectation subversion by playing off of your assumed knowledge of the formula of an Ace Attorney case, where he has all the hallmarks of an antagonist. You know, like he doesn't appear in the first day at all. He has multiple psyche locks that you don't get to break before the trial begins. He starts breaking down on the stand when pressed too hard, and you think that he's on the verge of, like, you know, undergoing a transformation.
Yep.
He is openly shady and morally dubious, and yet the fact that serves to just, like, you know, further a theme of moral complexity is really great, because, like, Dr. Crab and Jack Shipley, as noble as their intentions were, they did some shady shit. Like, they lied to people, they put their own employees in harm's way in order to try and find an outcome for their business and for their animals that was best for them.
Yeah.
Which is very self-interested despite their noble intentions. And I like that the game doesn't shy away from that. Like, it does show that they did some shady, illegal shit. Even if their hearts were in the right place, supposedly.
Yeah.
And I think that it just creates a case that feels more rewarding, I guess, to experience and re-experience. Because
absolutely,
even knowing all of the twists, you get this great sense of dramatic irony seeing Marlon acting the way he does during the early investigation, and seeing, hints of things that related to Sasha's trauma and her own, struggles with illness. It's good. I like this case a lot. I think it's the best case in Dual Destinies, by a pretty good margin, actually.
Yeah, I have an odd opinion here, being like, yeah, I think that is the best case, and then throwing Turnabout for Tomorrow in S tier. But no, this case is great, and like it was the one time where a character came back into the picture. Admittedly, I was a bit cynical by the time it actually happened, Pearl coming on the screen, but it was just kind of nice to see her and actually had completely dispensed with all the childish bits she was saddled with. I think
it's odd that they made her grow up, but they didn't change her design at all, and that does kind of bug me.
Yeah,
I want to see what 18-year-old Pearl looks like when she has her own fashion sense and agency. There's no aesthetic inertia in her character. She did not change her hairstyle or manner of dress at all in 7 years.
Yeah,
or really her personality all that much.
I would dispute that. I think that she is a lot more measured as a person, and I think that her interactions with Marlon show that, like, she's help and she feels bad when she thinks that she's inconvenienced him. She's a lot, it's subtle, but it is a lot more. She's a lot more responsible, and she's a lot more reserved than she was when she was younger.
Yeah, I think it kept a lot of the core of it while actually sanding away what you would expect to kind of leave with age. So, like, being a bit more measured, still being kind-hearted. Yeah, I liked that I got to see a Pearl that wasn't, again, doing those bits, and I think the case as a whole, especially the actual culprit and how that's revealed, like, is really, really great. I think A makes sense.
I think A makes sense.
Pearl learns what a train is. Yeah, she is no longer sprinting.
Yep.
3 hours to get there.
Oh god.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Fucking imagine she turns up in one of the games and like she's still got like some part of the robe on, but actually you can clearly see like a what do you call it? I forget the gear you wear when you're like professionally running, if there's a name for it. But like very clearly has like like athletic wear of some kind, and everyone's like, "What? Hi Pearl, what was that?" And she's like, "Oh yeah, I'm just really good at running." So like that kind of became a thing. I'm a competitive runner now. It's like, oh, it's very funny. And considering a bit in the next game we're going to talk about, that is actually kind of in line with that, of just like, oh yeah, there's this aspect of this character that obviously is present, but then it becomes a more prominent thing as she's in the background, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. Dual Destinies. You got some good cases, but
yeah.
God damn.
you made the correct sound.
Yes. Alright.
What's so funny about Peace, Love, and Understanding, okay?
I don't know where to throw this case. I'm going to be completely honest.
It is a bit of an odd one. It does very firmly establish the themes and core conflict of Spirit of Justice. It's just that those themes and core conflict are messy, so the case feels pretty messy as a result.
Yeah.
Peace, Love, and Understanding is, like, I think one of the absolute worst names that this series has ever fucking done.
Yeah.
I will give them an excuse because that's not his real name. That is a fake, like a name he took when he converted to Koreanism.
Which is very funny to consider that he
see it as a dumbass white guy's idea of what a Koreanese name is.
Yeah, like the idea that he was, and also within the Ace Attorney universe of like, fuck, I need to think of a pun for a name to come up with, otherwise I'm gonna stick out. Very funny. I can't be a side character and not have a pun name. Everyone's gonna suspect it was me.
Oh, it's so bad.
Yeah, because, like, I I think the things that Spirit of Justice try to aim to say can be interesting, but overall I feel like it doesn't actually give that the weight it should. Ultimately, a lot of it. Sorry. Ultimately, it feels a lot more like it wants to set that up for framing for basically Turnabout Revolution.
Who's the prosecutor on this one? Oh my god, it's fucking Payne.
It's
Gaspin
Payne in his golden fucking outfit.
Oh right, he wants to literally fucking execute Phoenix Wright.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I actually don't know. I want to say high C, low B.
That seems fair to me. It's not like an offensive case. It's got some fun moments. I think it does a good job of establishing Rafa early. Which I think is really important because she has the most fleshed out and satisfying character arc of the game for me, in my opinion.
I'd agree with that.
I remember starting off really not liking her, and then by the end of the game, I was like, "This is literally my daughter."
Yeah, and I do like the singing testimony gimmick. The fact that the theme that accompanies that is just called foreign music is really funny and does a bit of an understatement to how actually good the guitar playing or mandolin playing in that song is. I like that the transition from a folk musician to a metal singer, it feels very natural.
Oh yeah, that's really fun.
There's some fun stuff in it. It's just like not terribly compelling overall.
Yeah, if anything, this is probably one of the first games in the series whose first case is meant to be building to those things, but ultimately kind of it doesn't have much of a compelling thing going on by itself. Do I? Yeah, no. It feels like one of the first cases that feels purely build up, because we're Albi is introduced, Rafa is introduced, Winston Payne is executed off screen or something.
Payne.
Whichever one.
The Defiant Dragons as a concept.
Yeah, like.
I definitely think that it's a case that, like, for the reasons you mentioned, kind of suffers in retrospect, because when you're first playing, you're like, oh, okay, let's see where this goes, and then when you see where it goes, it's like, not very far.
I would say, even considering that, I think this case is too much leaning towards pure setup. Well, I guess it's a first case, so like,
yeah. God, this game has so many cases.
Yeah.
It is a perfectly competent case. I can't really summon forth any real affinity for it, but I don't think it's offensive either. It's not terrible. I
don't love it.
Yeah, it's fine. It is fine. Capital F fine.
Yeah. Magical Turnabout.
I love this case.
Yeah, I like this case too. I want to give it big props for making me genuinely uncomfortable with the way that what the fuck is his name?
Roger Raitons.
Yeah, like the suffering he is going to visit on people feels too real. And it's effectively like social media backlash and witch hunting, but like, I don't know, maybe playing this game in 2026, that feels particularly gross to me. That it could end up being a fucking horror show. And, like, I think it also ties interestingly into the game, what the game talks about in terms of, like, influence and, like, effectively building the audience to influence the case in that way.
Yeah, this is, like, Spirit of Justice is a game about ideology. And I think that it's really interesting that even the second and fourth cases, which are ultimately disconnected from the overarching story of the game, have this really strong. They continue these strong themes of ideology and lineage in compelling ways. And yeah, like, I love that Raitons is as much an ideological threat as he is like an actual, like, menace. He did effectively, use his skills as a magician to create a borderline unsolvable murder. And I think that makes him like a really interesting intellectual equal to Apollo, aside from just being, a horrible person. I think this case is paced super well. I love that it is just one investigation and one trial, and that's it. Yeah, that is true. Pretty much every character in this case has a catchphrase, and that is a little bit grating in the long run.
Yeah.
I changed my mind about Peace, Love, and Understanding. Man of Mystery is the worst name in this entire fucking series.
Oh my god, I forgot about that.
Man of Mystery, aka the second Mysterious.
Yeah, like that.
Fuck.
That is absolutely the worst name in this entire series, and that's actually his name.
Please tell me this section has the cancelled thing. I don't think it does. Fuck. There's a funny as hell screenshot of a piece of art where it's just this poster zoomed in on Rias and the big fucking red cancel text over it.
Cancel.
Fucking incredible.
Yeah, like this.
Sorry,
this case does a good job of wrapping up the lingering troop grammary plot threads from Apollo Justice, which is unusual because there's otherwise very little continuity in the second trilogy. But I do like that they have to reckon with Magnifique Grammary being a bit of a fucking bastard, and how that affected people outside of his immediate circle as well.
All the Grammarys are bastards, apparently.
Yeah, and it's a fun case to unravel. Like, the mystery is good, the characters are good, the setup is good. I like that it allows Trucy to be something other than the plucky assistant. Like, it gives her moments of vulnerability and catharsis that are very satisfying.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say it's a solid A tier. It's a very good case.
Yep. Agreed. The whole twins teleporting thing. Honestly, the stuff about the I can't remember it. Honestly, this case I'm not remembering as well as the others in terms of the logic, but I do remember enjoying a fair bit of it.
We did take a pretty long break after this one before we got to the third case.
You're right. Yeah. But no, I largely agree. Like, I get, again, the thing that stays with me is, like, Rayton's actions, and specifically how, because this feels like it is actually purposefully building towards a larger point it wanted to make about, like, how the courtroom is not an isolated space where you can just seek justice. It is affected by these external factors, and it is unavoidable that in scenarios in which that environment is not leaning towards finding justice, that it can't not be affected by that. And to have Raytons of all people be that is very interesting, given it's like the off case from the rest of the Kurain's cases.
It is just a fun one, yeah.
And you know what? This case also gave us Nayuta saying, "What's crack-a-lackin', homie?" Which I will give it props for.
That
so it does need to be bumped down.
That fucking dork. Oh my god.
I fucking hate that guy.
Yeah. Affectionate.
No, absolutely not.
It is very much vitriolic for Luca.
You cannot Fujo brain me into that. It is just terrible.
Oh god,
just the worst.
She's onto my tricks.
I fucking hate him.
I don't.
Okay, here's the.
Here's a case honestly, Rosie,
where I get to
fair.
Talk.
Okay. Yep. Oh yes, of course. All right, I'm not dropping it in C to say it's C, but a conversation needs to be had here, I imagine.
I think that I have a pretty big issue with Spirit of Justice overall, and it's that I think it completely mishandles Maya.
Yeah.
That we are spending 2 prior games kind of like hinting at Maya, like these little scenes at the end of the game. And then Spirit of Justice is like, okay, we're gonna make good on meeting up with Maya again. Mm-hmm. And then she's arrested and then not around suspiciously.
Yeah, her return is definitely a marketing gimmick. They thought of who is the character we can logically bring back from the original franchise that people will buy the game for.
And it's Maya.
Yeah, they zeroed in on Maya because like Gumshoe's popular, people are buying the game for Gumshoe.
Yeah.
No. You know, like Edgeworth already returned, so they can't dangle him in front of us like car keys.
Yeah, so like obviously we have to do Maya, and it's like why did you bother? Like actually, like, so you can put her on the box, I guess. But like it just seems like a complete missed shot, because like we've already gone, 2.5 games without Maya. And like she had such a good send off at the end of Trials and Tribulations, and like bringing her back for this is not worth it.
Yeah, so I own the art book for this game, and the original concept sketches for Maya's appearance in this game were very different from what they ended up as. Like she looked more changed. She looked notably different. Like she looked more like Mia, which makes sense because she is now older in this game than Mia ever was in life. And it bums me out that we
do have the design I was thinking of, actually.
Oh. Yeah, that one right there, yeah. And it just feels like she was focus tested into homogeny.
Just being who she was.
Yeah.
Yeah, like they took all these interesting concepts to modernize her design and update it for the era that this game takes place in. And instead they watered it all down to make it less compelling.
I'm really annoyed that you get all this when I didn't get it when I was playing through this game. I'm so annoyed you get all this concept art.
Well, we can look at it now. Sorry, I'm flicking through to see if there's any more Maya in here.
There's
forgot about that.
Yeah, and that is kind of a shadow that lingers over the rest of the game, because you're right, like this didn't have to be Maya. This could be a new Ryanese character. And it wouldn't ultimately affect the game's plot that much. They're playing on familiar iconography to create an unearned emotional attachment.
Oh my god!
Without having to work for it, like it's a cheat code.
Yeah.
I just realized they never channeled the Holy Mother.
Yeah.
They set up... Yeah, after all that, they set up all that thing about, we all want to get that, and there's 2 pieces of information to know, and I'm pretty sure collectively everyone knows the information towards the end of the 5th case. But they never did that?
No. To be fair, I can see why. I think that would be like a shark jumping moment that the game couldn't really recover from.
Actually, sorry. I will wheel this back a little bit. I thought we were going to be doing that to... Well, no. I don't know. I think it's still a little odd, but I understand why they probably didn't do it. The thing I was thinking that was that, like, Maya or someone had to specifically channel someone else in the 5th case, and I don't think that ended up happening.
No.
In which case, like, yeah, why is Maya here?
With Jove Justice, but instead you can see Jove... You see Jove's last moments instead of him getting channeled.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a bummer they lean on that iconography so hard and then don't actually do anything compelling with it. I have very mixed feelings about Case, like, right of the turnabout overall. I think there are parts of the mystery that are interesting and compelling. I like the priest and his wife a lot. Yeah, that.
Also that.
They never married Karain and Karain, or like spoke to. Yeah. Like I really thought, especially when we started off in Karain Village in Case 5, that we were going to talk to that. It's like, that's weird. It should only be people who are out of the bloodline that can do that. Turns to Maya, like.
Hey, what's up? What's up, Maya?
That's so strange. And, like, on paper, I really like that Maya's just here and like, hey, look, I found the Steel Samurai of this region. Isn't it cool? Like, that's so funny in concept, but yeah,
like, the funny thing is it's a total ripoff. Like, it's a complete ripoff of the Steel Samurai.
Oh,
She loves
shit.
it.
Wait,
Yeah.
I know why Maya is here, because otherwise who is the one channeling, fucking, what's his name?
Abbott and me.
Dirk.
Oh.
In the final case.
That is why Maya's here.
Yeah.
Like, that is objectively why she's here. But
Like, outside of this case, that is the
frustrating,
reason
though.
she is included.
yeah.
I think they could have easily written around that, though. Yeah, like it's
No, you just
the
don't,
other
you don't. It doesn't need to be Maya, but Maya is a person that could fit that, and it was seen as an opportunity
Yeah.
to maybe,
Yeah.
yeah.
And she did come here for training. Like, we had established that.
Yeah.
it's I don't know. I think like to zero in on case 3 a bit. I think that there are interesting parts of this case and compelling parts of this case, but it also spins its wheels a lot. And I feel like if this case was paced like case 2, if it was just one investigation and one trial,
Yeah, the
worked
length
better
is
and been more
definitely a
narratively
problem.
satisfying, because you end up spending the entire first day investigating things that don't impact the plot a whole lot.
Yeah,
They
that don't
impact
matter.
the larger plot, like the overarching narrative of the revolution, but in terms of the actual mystery of who killed Trust in me, most of the first day feels perfunctory once it's resolved, because the information is more relevant to deaths than it is to Trust's murder. So I feel like they could have streamlined it a lot, and cut down on some of that extraneous information to make it feel tighter. Because this case, like the second day of this case, is very compelling, and I love you know, Rust posthumously covering for his wife, even if it means throwing his guest under the bus.
It's
That is
great.
a fun
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
And the moment where
and-
Trust realizes that he died for nothing and just wails in despair because he thinks his wife is a dead woman walking is a really powerful emotional moment. But like,
Yeah.
you're so tired of the case by then. Like, it drags on for so long.
Also, the ending, with his wife actually just straight up turning to the rebellion at the end, because alright,
Full rebellion.
fuck this place, and fuck the kingdom.
Garan regime.
Yeah, and fuck the Garan regime. Yeah, I'm turning to that now. Like, the fact that actively radicalized her and shows it in the moment is also like it
is
emotional payoff that's like too late to be enjoyed.
It is
I
important
feel
to
that.
remember that she was already radicalized. She was already working to be part of an underground railroad. You know, freeing political.
Yeah, you're
dissidents
right.
from scrutiny. But that was the fact that she when left with no other options, and you know, it's seemingly inevitably going to be put to death for murder, decides to just throw away any pretense and openly carve their sigil onto her forehead. It is still a great.
I think that the ending alone for those beats probably puts it low B, but I don't think I can really justify higher.
Yeah, it's a
Okay.
contentious case. It has some really good stuff, but also some very frustrating stuff in it.
Yeah, I think this was the case I definitely started to feel the length of the game too. And I was just kind of like, honestly, it's probably one of the reasons that, wait, did I say that about Magical Turnabout? No, I think I said it about Magical Turnabout. Where, the logic of the case is kind of, lost in me a little bit. But not as much as Magical Turnabout. There was a lot of stuff that I really liked about it, but I think there's also, particulars of the way that, the blood was on the statue, and the way that the mystery was presented initially compared to where it ends up. Also, I don't know, there's something about it that I'm just in retrospect looking at, I feel like it could have been done better. But yeah, ultimately I pretty much agree. All right, that's probably
frustrating
good enough to move on that one. Oh man,
I am this case's strongest soldier. I will not accept anything lower than mid A. This case is amazing.
Yeah, I really like this case. I would agree with
I like
A.
this a lot.
I would. Sorry, what was that, Luca?
I like this case a lot too.
Yeah.
Like
Somehow.
This case is incredibly unpopular online and in some of the other Ace Attorney circles I'm in. But I will go to my grave defending it. I love this case. I really, really love this case.
Yeah, I don't see what I think. Well, it sounds like other people do see in it. Like, I think it's just a great case. Also,
Fuck you, what?
fucking fascinating to me that somehow I forgot there was a clown woman in this game and didn't until she actually revealed in front of me. I was like, oh fuck, I forgot that's part of the trilogy I'm looking through right now.
Tornado.
You like this case because of the big titty clown lady. I like this case because Uendo was the best witness in Ace Attorney history. We are not the same.
Yeah.
I love Gabriel Tornado though. I do really feel a lot of sympathy for her.
Honestly, funnily enough, I think I actually fall a little bit more on the, oh shit, what's their name again?
Uendo.
Yeah.
The Uendo system.
Yes, the Uendo system. Sorry, yeah. There's a lot of names to remember. And you've got like 5 of them.
Yeah, Uendo, Kitagawa, Patches, and Owen.
Yes. Yeah, which it is unfortunate a little bit because I named them the Theater Twink after the first
Kitagawa,
case.
sorry, yeah.
But that was before the reveal that that was before the reveal, and in hindsight I was like, maybe I should get rid of that tweet. I don't know, that feels a bit... Yeah. But, no, like, I just think this case is really solid. Like...
I forgot about Kitagawa.
I think, like, it's a little... The case itself is, like, a little threadbare. But honestly, between all the characters and the interactions that are actually happening, having Blackwell back in the picture and helping Athena out...
Oh,
like,
that Blackwell moment is so good.
Having him sexually grab the screen and shake you.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh boy.
Yup.
Myas is pork. Kisagawa is courtesan.
I also forgot Uendo is an age regressor.
Yeah, I mean that's a pretty common occurrence for the core.
Yeah.
Or be a little.
I wonder if they've got many designs in here. Hello, ma'am. Smash Bros.
Hello,
color variants. Fighting game color variants.
Yeah, look at that. Oh, God, Kisagawa's so fucking hot.
Yeah.
Kisagawa's so hot.
So fucking hot. Yeah.
Hey, it's a girl from Pragmata.
God, you're not wrong. But yeah, I think it's just a really good case. It's really solid. Like almost like well, it has a little bit less narrative importance other than like just relevance thematically. But I do feel about the same.
That's the real reason it's here.
Yeah.
It is not narratively connected to the game's overarching plot at all, and in fact, I think it might actually be stronger if it was entirely divorced from the narrative. Like, just get Nayuta out of here entirely. Get
Nayuta out of here.
Bring back fucking Francisca.
Yeah.
Francisca v. Blackwell would be.
Didn't get to do anything.
I demand Butch Francisca at some point during this series' existence.
Man, what is Flavio doing at this point? Nothing?
Yeah, it's so confusing because they made an entire courtroom model for him for the 10-second long mock trial in 5.3.
Yeah, I was about to say I thought he was involved at some point. I just couldn't remember where.
Didn't he look weird in 5.3?
He looks very weird, yeah.
Would I?
But yeah, I think
solidly there.
thematically, I think Turnabout Storyteller is a great addition to the game. I can understand people's complaint that it does kind of grind the narrative to a halt. Oh, true. Yeah, they did use him for one of the Asinine Attorney skits, I think.
Nice.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I Storyteller I think has really strong thematic meat on its bones. The cast is great and super memorable. I love Owendo. That's all I can say.
Yep.
I love Owendo.
Yep.
I'm a simple and biased one, but I think Owendo is a very fun and compelling character, and I'll go to my grave defending this case.
Yep. Bone on the meat.
On the meat.
The bean
You
bone.
don't understand
bone
that,
meat
but that's a
Yeah.
Danganronpa 2 reference for us cool in the know people.
Yeah.
Okay.
You.
Okay.
I hope you find out
I'm
one
not
day.
I'm not gonna feel bad for not having played a Danganronpa game. Thank you very fucking
Well,
much.
Well, I mean, if you wait,
you won't understand on the meat bone.
if you wait just long enough, there's this release of Danganronpa 2 coming out sometime in the future that might.
I don't gotta
I'm
know
so
things.
scared. That game has such a menacing aura.
Yes, yeah, that game has terrifying presence, and it doesn't even exist yet. All right.
Danganronpa 1 has many problems. That is one of them.
Wait. Oh yes, oh god, yeah, it does.
It's
Fuck, I forgot.
one of the dozen or so incredibly fun and not at all uncomfortable moments in the second chapter of that game. How the fuck do people think that that's the best game in the series? This is somehow a commonly held opinion by people in the fan base.
Sorry, which one
How
is the
did
best in the
people
series?
The
One.
first Danganronpa.
How did people continue to like Danganronpa after the first game?
Because it was 2012. That's the answer.
You know what?
It was a bunch of goons.
You know what my favorite thing sorry, this is like really tangential, but like my favorite thing on like social media reconnecting or following Zoe Quinn again was the fact that they like talk like, listen, Danganronpa kind of sucks sometimes, but man, I respect them swinging so hard on that. I'm like, yes, you get it.
Yeah, I mean, I do, like I said, I met my wife
Zoe Quinn's
because we're
smart.
both in a cosplay group for Danganronpa. I cannot hold any hate for this franchise in my
yeah,
heart.
I suppose that's true, yeah.
It is emotionally significant to me for that reason, and I can never hate it.
Yeah.
But I think 2 and V3 are vastly better games.
Yes.
Than 1, and not just because 1 has has the tire fire that is Case 2 or Chapter 2 rather.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, this ain't about Danganronpa.
I hold these convictions very strongly.
It's a tangent.
Yeah.
Turnabout Revolution.
This one's so hard.
I don't know if I'm
6-hour-long thesis about how the monarchy is based, actually.
Oh man.
Turnabout Revolution is 2 cases. You're right,
You know what? I'm
Yeah,
adding a new row. I had to do this joke at some point. I don't fucking know. Sole and only Turnabout Revolution sits in there.
I don't fucking know. I like the twist. I think the twist is genuinely really good. I think like I don't know. I do think it is really satisfying for like Dirk's last moments. With his son and his family to be like him already dead.
Yeah.
They're like in the. That's actually something that I think gets better on a replay because if you know that that Dirk is a dead man walking, it makes every moment that he spends with Apollo and all of the regrets that he expresses through his actions more poignant.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I got that while I was watching Warfy go through it, like seeing those little moments where you're like, oh, I get what's going on here. Like it's really satisfying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, because
also wait,
sitting here.
Isn't that reveal? Isn't the song that replays there in the reveal just like the sad like acoustic version of Dirk's theme? I can't remember.
So.
I don't know. I know. I should remember because we played the
so.
song recently, but like,
Yeah.
that's what I remember it being.
And also, just sitting here, I actually can't remember off the top of my head, like, if he was already dead by the time the case started?
Yes, he was.
Yeah.
Apollo never meets Dirk alive in this game.
Yeah. Right. So, yeah, like, he like, especially that moment where he saves him from the cave, feels especially tragic,
like,
because,
Dirk is essentially trying to speed run like 18 years of
oh my
of lost
oh
time.
no. Yeah, and that's why like he seems so insistent on trying to repair things with Apollo, cuz like it's only a matter of time before he gets unchanneled.
Yeah, like I think the interesting thing about Twilight Revolution is that I think everything around the actual mysteries is really compelling to me.
I agree with that.
The relationship between Dirk and Apollo is great. I like that there's like a tripartite theme of fatherhood across both Dirk and Apollo and Army and Archie, and then Dirk and Nayuta / Rafa in the last part, and even to a lesser extent Rafa and Inga. Inga, for as much of a bastard as he was, did legitimately care about Rafa, and that's like his only redeeming character trait.
Yeah.
Having Phoenix be
Oh my god!
for the final part is really good. I really fucking wish the trailer hadn't spoiled that, because I didn't get
wow,
going into it.
That's crazy.
That sucks, because the moment Phoenix is on screen and I'm like, "Hi, Phoenix." You sound like
the screen,
you sound like you're not talking like you're gonna back us up here. What's going on, buddy?
It is the curse of Phoenix being a great character when you're not playing as him.
Yeah.
I think.
Fuck, it's almost like they should never have brought him back or something. Anyway.
That's so crazy.
I think Paul Attition is a great gag villain, and I like that he serves as like a limiter for Phoenix, because like the excuse for why Apollo could beat Phoenix in court is because Phoenix had a politician-shaped handicap weighing him down.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't like the resolution to that case. Like, the fact that it was just politician, just having Phoenix in the palm of his hand is kind of, I don't know. Maybe I was expecting a bit too much from it, but it's, I don't find, like, in retrospect, I definitely don't find it as compelling going through it as I did when I went through it.
Yeah, they are trying to do a 2-4 again. But the problem is, I think 2-4 with a fucking moron is really funny. So,
it's true. Yeah.
So that kind of like, bolsters it for me. It's because like the number of times when Attition just hands out information that ends up helping Apollo a lot, it makes it hard for me to hate the way that works. I think like my biggest flaw as a critic is that if you do bad writing in a funny way, then I forgive it.
Yeah.
Like having the villain just openly hand out important information is just like, it's not smart, it's contrived. It should be bad writing, but because it's funny, I forgive it. And I know that reflects poorly on me as a literary analyst and critic, but I can't help liking what I like.
Yeah, like
2-4 with a moron is very funny.
Sorry, I don't mean to make a broad point out of that specifically, but, like, I think there is something to, like, being far too focused on writing being good or bad as the only axis of actual, like, examining it. Which is, some of the stupid stuff that this series does, like, doesn't work for me, but some of it does as well. Like, yeah, as much as I did put The Lost Turnabout in D, it is objectively funny that the writers could only think of giving Phoenix a concussion to, like, nerf him for a tutorial.
That's the only way that you can Metroid Phoenix right, is to give him amnesia.
Yeah. Because there's a lot about this case I like, but overall, I feel just kind of left wanting, and I don't think in a particularly good way.
You know what I find very frustrating about this case
What's that?
is I feel like it really undeservedly tries to redeem Naita after like all of his actions throughout the game.
I am taking a step back and I am picking up my popcorn. Go at it.
And I'm like Naita has not earned any good guy points throughout the entirety of the game. He has been actively condescending, cruel, like especially to Athena. Oh my god, was he needlessly cruel to Athena?
Yeah.
And it's just constant like insults, belittling, ad hominem, like threats of murder, basically. And it's like, Naita does not deserve to be redeemed at the end of this fucking game. There is no reason to do that. It's not built up to at all, aside from, oh, he's Dirk's son. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. He's a shitty son. He's just not. He's the worst character in any of these games. Meh.
He is not involved in any cases that have been labeled no, so.
Yeah, like, he is absolutely one of the worst characters in this series. Like, I cannot fucking stand Naita. And, like, people love this character. It's because he's fucking pretty. That's it. That's why people like Goro Akechi from Persona 5. Like, it's so fucking petty and shallow, and, like, he's not a well-written character. I fucking hate him. I fucking hate him. I hate him so much.
I remember getting to the end of this case and comparing Naita to Edgeworth and personally being a little frustrated that everyone is fine with Edgeworth being redeemed, but not Naita. And I do understand that there are reasons for that.
Edgeworth earns it throughout the course of the games.
Does he, though?
He has more humanity to him than Naita does.
No. That man does not stop being a bastard. If anything, he just stops doing the actual illegal shit. Like,
he is actually capable of talking to Phoenix Wright like a fucking human being.
But, what? Okay, hold on. But like, the point is that Naita doesn't see defense attorneys as human. Like...
Uh-huh.
But that's not an incidental part of his character. That is literal, like, that's the point. It's like criticizing Edgeworth for being, what's the word I'm looking for here?
Okay, but so we go from Naita not viewing defense attorneys as human beings immediately into we are redeeming Naita.
What? No. Setting up the foundation for actually getting Naita to redeem himself is not the same as redeeming him.
They are going to some great lengths to make Naruto seem like a good person at the end of this game.
I don't know.
And I agree with Rosie. Like there is a degree to which Naruto should be conflicted about seeing defense attorneys as subhuman because one of them is his adopted brother.
I don't know. I think he's too bought in at that point to think otherwise. That he just chalks it up as, oh, I guess he was one of those as well. Like...
Sorry, just chiming in for a moment to say I fucking ugly laughed at Super Mormon Hell, thank you.
Yes.
And how does he change his mind so fast? Okay, that I do agree is like... So,
like,
I don't... Hang on. Sorry.
To that.
Sorry, let me be clear. I think there are problems with Nayuta's writing, and I think it speaks to the fact that Spirit of Justice is not willing to actually engage with broader things it's saying about Kurain and the people that continue to make the kingdom operate the way it has. But I don't think that it starts and ends with Nayuta, first of all. But second of all,
doesn't.
Second of all, like, I'm sorry, but Edgeworth bullied a suicidal woman on the stand. And I'll exclude the Adrian bit, right? Like, but that is meant to be a reinforcement of his character and somewhat of an indication that, look, he hasn't fully redeemed himself, but he's not going to be doing some of the awful shit he has by doing an objectively awful thing. And
yes,
yet
I agree.
But so then explain to me how he redeemed himself then. Because that sounds to me like the game is acknowledging that Edgeworth is a piece of shit to some degree, and that he will not stop being a piece of shit. But that is just how he operates.
I'm not even going to fully say that Edgeworth redeemed himself, but I think the series actually had a lot more time to flesh Edgeworth out as a character and give him more opportunity for growth, and actually, like, justify him becoming, like, a better person over the course of the series. Whereas Nayuta flips on a dime within one case.
But he doesn't... No. The state he's in at the end of... is it Farewell My Turnabout? The state he's in at the end of Farewell My Turnabout, like, doesn't change much after that.
No.
Then
what? Throughout the rest of the but then you see Edgeworth throughout the rest of the series, like in Apollo Justice, where he is actively helping Phoenix Wright change the justice system. Like, it is not just, we're not just looking isolated at the trilogy. We are looking at his other appearances throughout the other games, and he is obviously changed for the better in these games.
I think that's super weak as a indication of him being a better person. If anything, like, he just incidentally aligns with the goals of Phoenix in that case. Because, again, the point of Farewell My Turnabout is to insist that, like, the system operating as it should toward justice and truth is Edgeworth's, like, fuck, I'm forgetting a phrase. But it is his ultimate goal. Like, the fundamental kind of principle he holds. What you're talking about is something that fully aligns with that and doesn't indicate a change to me. It's just incidental that there wasn't, like, a vulnerable person in his way to obstruct that at that time. But my point is that, like, I don't think... Okay, like, if the state that Nayuta ends up in at the end of Game 6 doesn't work for you, I think that's fine. But I disagree with the idea that he needed to explicitly be redeemed at the end, as opposed to simply nudged out of the shit thing he helped prop up and expected to do better.
I'm not saying that he should have been redeemed. I am explicitly saying that he did not deserve that.
Like nothing? Like, what? He was a...
I don't. Throughout the course of Spirit of Justice, I do not think that he deserved a good guy moment.
I think if I went by that logic, I don't think Edgeworth does either.
I think that's fair.
Like, I still need to kind of unpack Nayuta specifically, because there is something in his writing that, like, does compel me, but, like, I do agree that, like... And I think I talked with Mina a little bit about this after we got out of that, after we finished that case up, but I do agree that, like, the way he's written, specifically in those instances where he is being a lot more mean, means that the game needs to do more work to show that he could actually be better. But in my mind, he aligns a lot with Edgeworth. He is a ruthless force that that could be required to build a justice system that is actually just, in the same ways that Edgeworth goes on to do those same things. I think that, like, this is the kind of thing I need to write like an essay about to get my actual thoughts down, because it's a fairly complex topic. But I see a big parallel between those two, and in the state that Apollo and Nayuta find themselves in as compared to Phoenix and Edgeworth in certain scenarios, where they do have to be on opposite sides of this system to try and, like, force it into a scenario that it can actually operate as well, not as intended, that it can actually operate in a just way. I
understand that.
Yeah. And I do agree that I don't think the execution of that is good. But
I flat out, I do not think Nayuta is a well-written character, period. Like, I understand seeing parallels between him and Edgeworth, and, like, that makes sense. Nayuta is not a good prosecutor. He's not a good person. Like, he is absolute zealot, like, and, like, he just changes. Like, it's, like, there's Nayuta needed, like, as much as I fucking hate to say this, I think Nayuta needed the time that Edgeworth got to get to the point that he got to. Edgeworth had 3 full games and Apollo Justice.
No. Stop. No. His arc ends in game 2.
Games.
His arc ends in game 2. Like, he does not change after game 2. I'm sorry. I don't know if you misspoke or you believe that, but I'm not giving you that. Like, Edgeworth doesn't.
No, like, he's not even, like, yeah. But no, like, he's obviously clearly a different person in Apollo Justice.
I think the issue is you haven't played the Investigations duology, and the second game of which does include the most significant post Justice for All character development for Edgeworth.
So the main... I don't like that as an argument, I'm gonna be honest. Like, maybe I do find something in there compelling, but I'm sorry. This is a mainline trilogy. I would at least expect, like, I
cannot compare Nayuta to Edgeworth, period. I fucking cannot. I cannot stand that. Nayuta is not written well. Edgeworth is, period.
I don't agree. And admittedly, like, because I'm sitting in a position where I still want to sift through Nayuta as a character, but, like,
okay,
I obviously have a history where I really fucking despise Edgeworth because of the way the game framed his sort of change at the end,
yes,
in Farewell My Turnabout. And I cannot for the life of me find it in me to hate Nayuta more than Edgeworth in that case.
Okay, so you know the issue?
Okay, yep.
The issue with Nayuta is that it is the issue that you have with Franziska's whip cracks as a character. That is Nayuta. That is what Nayuta is for the entirety of the game.
Elaborate a little?
Beyond that.
Sorry, I know we've been stretching this one out, but this was another one that was definitely going to have a conversation to it.
It is the constant repeated, yes, we get the fucking idea, she whips Dick Gumshoe. That expanded into an entire character is what Nayuta is. Yes, we get it, we're fucking heathens, we're gonna rot in Super Mormon hell, you're gonna send us to the gallows or whatever the fuck. Your way of life is so much fucking better. That's the entire fucking character, and I don't think he deserves anything beyond what he got. Like, that is. He does not earn that. By merit of being Dirk's son.
The thing is that to really actually, like, substantiate... Well, sorry, not even substantiate, but explore the theory I have about, like, how I would read Nayuta in this game, I really need to pry apart, like... So, like, I say this because, like, I want to try and wrap this conversation up, and I think, but I think it was a good conversation to have, because, like, I'm super curious on, like, why we hold these different views. Oh, fuck, I've just talked myself into forgetting what the fuck I was even gonna say. Basically, like, I think, especially the deeper parts of his writing relating to, you know, his parentage and his relationship to the Kingdom of Khura'in is not an easy thing to unpack, and I honestly don't even feel confident I have the best read on it right now. I don't agree that his character is entirely just you're going to super hell. Like, there is a lot more to that statement, and specifically his repetition of accept it and move on, that warrants discussion. Yeah, I guess, like, surface level, I'm a bit perplexed. Like, I'm a bit perplexed at the energy, not necessarily, like, the read on him. And from what I hear, like, you know, Luca's opinion in particular is not like not a niche one. From what I understand, like, people... But actually, sorry, maybe I'm thinking of something else there. Sorry, I'm getting off track again. I don't
actually know how popular or unpopular this opinion is. I just know that I do not.
Yeah, sorry. I was thinking of a completely different thing. Sorry, my brain is shutting down, and honestly, probably a good indication we should probably wrap the stream up soon. Yeah, I feel like I'd have a bit more to say about it, but I think this particular comparison though, and invoking Edgeworth is obviously gonna make me have feelings about that because of my feelings towards how Edgeworth is written. So like,
yes,
and I don't want to like sit here and be like, well, I think you're just wrong based on my own read of it, when I'm not even comfortable with my read on him, because like there feels like a masculinity thing that you could examine this thing with. There's like the kind of Khura'in as a system of government and the way it enforces like the DC Act and stuff like that really is embedded in his character. Like, he is caught between all of these things and is meant to kind of represent like that, like ruthlessness to some degree, to the point that he does act that way. And I would agree that like that the insult bit is a bit overdone too, especially toward Athena. But when an incredibly popular
in the middle of the courtroom, like,
Luca, Edgeworth literally fucking re-traumatized a suicidal woman. Like, I'm sorry, that is not...
I hate Edgeworth for that.
But you do you have the same vitriol towards him as you do Nayuta? Because you're saying he's a shitly written character, and I just don't see it based on those things.
But like, it is such, like, they are, even with that moment with Athena, they are rehashing shit that they did with Edgeworth. It is not an original idea even, and like, he's not like.
Wait, so are there parallels to him or not?
I didn't fucking say that they were parallels. I just made a vague comparison.
No. Because I said there were parallels and you said there wasn't.
I didn't say that there wasn't. I said I said that I can understand that you see that.
Okay, sorry. You know what? This is getting into niche like debate shit. We should stop. All that to say.
I do not like him.
All that to say, the tier of I don't fucking know probably makes sense now that I've had to talk all through that. I do ultimately like Nayuta, but like I temper that with like, okay, no, there's something about this character that's bothering me, and I don't know if it's something that will end up tainting my opinion of him or improving it.
Okay, but let me put a
okay.
Hopper in this.
Yeah.
What you're saying about the things that are interesting about Nayuta, I agree with. And I think they should have fucking put them in the game. That's it.
I think they are in the game, but again, we can't.
I don't think they are.
Sure. Yeah. Anyway, this is territory I would need to re-examine the fucking game itself to actually litigate.
That's
so
fair.
We'll move on with the final case then.
The one that I don't remember at all. I did not commit this one to memory at all.
Man, I really want to like this case, but I think in hindsight, the ending just kind of does it a real disservice.
Yeah, my only real thoughts on this case are that it is an inoffensive victory lap. They started with the themes of the case, like the idea of like how do you represent time travel in a a philosophical or emotional way, and they worked backwards from there to try and and snap a mystery onto those that framework kind of.
My only thoughts on this case are that Emma Skye looks great in that dress.
Yup.
That she does. I like Ellen. I think Ellen's a very fun defendant.
I love Ellen.
She's her animations are very probably like some of the ones that make the most advantage of the 3D nature of the case. See, we didn't even talk about Garan. We got through the entire revolution. We didn't talk about Garan.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, Luca and I both saw Nayuta and
our vision turned red.
Yeah.
I will give Garan some props. You know, I think that she is an interesting evolution of the Manfred von Karma concept of this is a character who dictates the flow and pace of the trial, but unlike because von Karma has a moment where he says, "Watch, this case will be over in 5 minutes," and then 5 minutes happens and he just screams because he couldn't finish it in time. And
Yep.
it is a goofy and humiliating moment for him. And what I like is that Garan can exercise that kind of certainty and authority, but there is a more interesting in-universe reason why she can't just end the trial instantly. Because if it's a game about ideology is what's stopping her from just cutting it short. Because if she, you know, just decides, too bad, so sad, you're guilty, go to hell, that just furthers the rebellion's, like, you know, the revolution's cause.
Yeah.
She has to, like, the fact that she has to make an example out of them creates an interesting tension in the case, since it means it's harder for her to just rewrite the law so that you can't beat her. And I do like that. I think, you know, people have problems with the way she's written. I understand those problems. I am sympathetic to those problems. I don't think that they're invalid in the slightest. I like her role in the game, though. I like her presence in the trial. I think she's engaging, and I think it is telling that the moments I disengage from the trial are the moments that Nayuta steps back into the you know, the prosecutor's chair again.
I love that Garan looks like a Final Fantasy villain.
Yeah.
She looks like a tokusatsu villain to me, and that's
Yeah, that
absolutely.
Too.
Yeah.
And I think that her design, as goofy as it is very charming in a very memorable way.
Also,
anyway, we're not talking about that case anymore.
Yeah, shoutouts to Nana too. I really like her as a character. She doesn't stick around in her Nana form for long, but
Shoutouts to Nana.
Yeah. Fucking
Mima.
phasing through walls and shit.
Shoutouts Mima.
Yeah, so man, I really want to like this case more.
To say about this one.
Yeah, I have a little bit because, like, I really like Pierce. But I there's something about. Yeah, well, okay, listen. Fork found in kitchen. Fork found in kitchen. Mina already identified me in the kitchen earlier.
Like,
all right, like, yeah.
It's so extremely your type. Like,
Yeah.
it's ridiculous.
But okay, here's the thing. I don't really like his breakdown. There's something about the way he's just like speaking over everyone and shouting and being like, you don't know, like, you know, tumors in the law, all that shit that actually actively bores me. Like, I think making him, like, turn into a supervillain as opposed to just a broken man trying to, like, live after his fiancée died, following his wishes specifically. Like,
it's really funny, and in retrospect, it's so funny that he has this transformation sequence. He powers up into his surgeon form and then does nothing. He doesn't say shit after that.
Yeah, no, it's all just a really extended breakdown because he ultimately doesn't say much of anything. And like, fuck. Like, I really wanted to, like, honestly, it felt like I was gonna, at some point, like, I might have, like, thrown that into A. Because, like, it managed to, where the fuck did I put it? Oh, I put it in B. Yeah, okay. But yeah, and like a lot of the mystery of the case, I really, really enjoyed. Like right up until it kind of started speeding the pace of the case's progress up, and just kind of undermined several emotional beats that were toward the end of the case, the most important part where you pay off all of those things. That I left ultimately a little disappointed with it. On paper, this would have been an S for me, but like, yeah, I feel like it didn't do a good job with Pierce's ending. I think it did a poor job of like underscoring the betrayal that Soren may have felt. Like, there's so many things that feel like really compelling about it that it just veers away from after it mentions it even one time. Like, it's a really strange case in that way.
I also remember being like very disappointed with like the more fan servicey elements of it. Like Rosie said, like I don't like Larry or Edgeworth or Maya in this case at all. Like
okay.
I mean I don't like Maya in Spirit of Justice, period.
Right.
But like I think it's kind of a waste of bringing some of these characters back. Like, and I don't know, have we not dried out the Larry butts well? Like,
yeah,
I don't want to touch the butts well, okay?
Yeah.
Are we not fucking done with this guy at this point?
You
like,
know what's...
I so over it.
You know what's really funny is that Edgeworth's shtick, I think, in that case, actually worked for me, finally, for some reason. Like, having Edgeworth return and still be, like, a pain in the ass stickler for, like, justice and only that, actually felt like the most I've actually connected with that, like, in a way that wasn't, like, revulsion. That this guy is still around, kind of, like, respected by people when I think he should have been fucking... Yeah, yeah. Ultimately, it felt a little disappointing. Like, thankfully, it avoided several problems I think it may have had if it stuck with the time travel gimmick longer, and having Pierce basically lay it out in front of the player for it to be engaged with in a more difficult circumstances. Yeah, ultimately...
I think more commitment to the bit would have been good.
Yeah. Is that how I... Loading.
Is that it?
What? Okay, there it is. Actually, hold on. I may need to... My image.
Awesome. My image.
Yeah.
It's mine.
So yeah, yeah, honestly, didn't end the series on the best note in my opinion.
No.
Which kind of sucks because sorry, go on, Mino.
It especially suffers in comparison to Reclaimed, because Reclaimed is a vision. Like, that is like...
Yeah.
That is a playing, like... I was so grumpy at the very notion of a DLC case in Ace Attorney, because I was like, that is the game. Like, you're not... It's not like extra bonus content, no, that is the game that you are selling to me. And considering how Ace Attorney games flowed, I was like, how is this gonna fit in with the rest of the game? Like, this gonna feel really weird. And then Turnabout Reclaimed assuaged those fears by being as good as it is and still having a really distinct place in the game's narrative.
Yeah.
And then Time Traveler just kind of does what I was afraid of. And like I don't hate it or whatever. I just think it is inoffensive and forgettable. It is kind of like a junk food case.
Yeah, like...
Yeah.
It could have been some extremely good junk food, but yeah, it doesn't... I don't like... Obviously, I put that case in B tier, I think it was, where like I was like, oh yeah, I enjoyed parts of it, but it wasn't like totally bland or anything. But yeah, I definitely... No, I think my brain is shutting down now. I've talked about Ace Attorney too much at this point. Yeah, and we are a fair bit over time, so I prefer to keep this kind of outro a bit, like, lean, because, yeah, it's late for y'all. Oh, man. I might like honestly I might keep that tier list up and like shuffle things around within
Fiddle
the tiers,
with
but I think pretty much all those I generally think are accurate to my opinion. Like, yeah, I like all of those in like especially I'm looking towards the bottom to like, does that really align with how I feel? I'm like, yeah, no, yeah.
Serenade needs to be moved up.
Personally, I would have moved Academy up to low D. But
That's
like
crazy. No,
'cause
Serenade needs to at least be C.
No, Serenade is an E. Serenade can stay the fuck down there.
Oh, I
The
don't
comedy
think
does
so.
not outweigh that.
I think that's at least a B tier case to me.
B!
Yeah, I'm an
B?
Academy hater.
Damn. No, but yeah, like I definitely see it. Like I think that's why also these discussions are sometimes helpful, because like sometimes I have trouble squaring away my own opinions and things, and sometimes I forget things too. So like having these discussions and like hearing other people's opinions is always like, I try not to build my opinion off other people's, but I try and like integrate like at least the logic into my own if it seems to make sense.
I think discussions
Yeah.
help you interrogate your feelings, and that's that's what the most important part is.
That's
My
right.
personal philosophy is that I will respect any opinion that someone can defend. You know?
Yeah.
Like if as long as it's inoffensive, obviously, like, you know, if it's like fucking racism, like, you know, fuck yourself. But
yeah.
when it comes to taste in media or taste in food or whatever, if your position is defensible, like if you can back it up when I interrogate it, then I will respect you for thinking that.
Yeah.
Because I think if you understand why you like something and you're able to articulate that, that shows that you've thought about it and that you're you know you have formed this based on meditation and introspection and not just like vibes, you know?
Yeah. Agreed.
Yeah, so
That's why we have to argue about Naruto for half an hour.
I
Thanks
have
for that, by the way. I was able to go to the bathroom and take a nice water break.
yeah, it was a nice break. I didn't have to say shit. Y'all just fucking went off.
Very convenient for you.
Yeah. Well, hey, this.
I was still listening to the whole thing, even if I was refilling my water.
Oh,
Yeah.
of course. But yeah, that was clearly like, all right, I need to let this conversation happen.
Yeah, I was very much in like the I have no strong feelings one way or the other camp.
Yeah, what's funny is Mina said something like, "Okay, I'm getting my popcorn," because like Luca was starting to talk, and I'm like, "Oh, okay," and it didn't really click to me the conversation we had earlier, Mina, about like my frustration with like Edgeworth and Nayuta as like parallel characters in the series, and it slowly dawned on me like, oh no, we're gonna talk about that,
I'm
aren't
on the other
we?
end of this.
Yeah. Yeah.
But hey,
Yeah, I love-
You're both steadfast in your beliefs. You were both able to articulate your points, even in the face of you know, being challenged on it. So, gold stars.
Yeah. Honestly, like our opinions align a lot, broadly speaking, I think. Or at least like, you know, the variance is kind of like, oh yeah, no, I can see that. So when there's genuinely like an opinion one of the three of us has where the other is like, what do you mean? It's
What
like,
are you talking about?
yeah, I find that so interesting. And yeah, it's ultimately why I think like I don't spend my time thinking about like tier lists and rating all of these things in that way, but I think it's a useful framework to actually speak about them. To like
Yeah.
actually interrogate
Like
my own feelings.
My brain's kind of weird because the way that I compartmentalize information is via lists. Like if you check my phone, I have like an itemized list of like my top 50 favorite films of all time, my top 15 favorite games of all time, my top 10 favorite Pokemon of all time.
Yeah.
And I don't make these to like show them to anyone. Like most of the lists I have on my phone are things that no other human being has ever seen before. But that is how I organize information. That is how I come to terms with my feelings on things.
Yeah.
Is because like all of my frames of reference are comparison. So I kind of need that energy in order to make strong decisions on things, to examine my feelings on stuff, you know?
I'm the complete opposite, where like the idea of ranking rank your top 10 games and stuff like that. I just rewrite to these are 10 games I think are good, and I'm gonna throw 10 games that come to mind.
Yeah, like
I also do that.
I should say these aren't organized lists. Like it's not like ranked 1 to 10. It's just these are my 10 favorite games, or these are my 50 favorite movies, or whatever.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, fair enough. I just chafe against that idea probably like at a baseline, because like it's just not how I like view or understand these experiences as compared to one another.
I feel like I do just sit and like think about something for literally days until I have like my brain wrapped around it.
You literally meditate on it.
I do literally meditate on it. Like I'll be at work and I'll be just like doing something. I'll be thinking like, oh yeah, how do I actually feel about Ace Attorney Spirit of Justice? And I'll just do that for the entire rest of the day until I'm like, okay, yeah, I get it. I'm a bit closer to getting it.
Yep. Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
All right.
I've just learned not to trust my knee-jerk reaction on things, because my knee-jerk reaction has betrayed me more often than I care to admit.
Same. Yeah.
My knee-jerk reaction is always right.
There's some there's some stuff that I experience, and in the moment I go, ooh, I didn't like that. That wasn't good. And then I think, I go back and I re-experience it, or I think more on it, and I go, hey, wait, no, that was actually really cool. What was I talking about before?
Yeah. Yeah. Like I find it hard to do that in isolation, but I try and like really formulate like the entire thing before I go revisiting it.
I've been able to do that a lot with like
my opinion gets
like.
Yeah, my opinion gets shaped a lot by other people's opinions, to the point that sometimes I don't realize I'm basically parroting someone else's opinion. And I've done a lot of work to like try and get myself out of that. And I think for the most part I've done pretty well, but I do worry sometimes that like an exposure to some opinion before I get to a thing is gonna taint that, to the point that I just go, okay, I'm flattening this opinion to either this person thought it was good or bad and just leaving it there because I don't want to process and internalize that opinion. But
I think what you need to do is you need to print out that screenshot of Spider-Man saying, "That's a cute opinion. Did a YouTuber give it to you?" and tape it to the wall.
True. I should get that framed, honestly.
You guys should hear my nuanced takes of every single X-Files episodes. It's so unfortunate for you that you don't get to hear them as I'm watching them.
I would love to.
I would love
So
that.
I've watched the show like 7 times, and each time I'm like picking up on something new, and I'm like, oh wait, oh yeah, okay, this episode does actually have a lot for me to like in it. Like we were watching an episode today about like this kind of necrophiliac guy, and it's
okay,
like, it's
hold
one
on.
of the very
Sorry.
few kind of
Sorry,
I'm going off on a tangent. Aren't
we can have that conversation once we're past the point where all of us are required to be here. Because I really don't want to hold Mina up, because I know she works tomorrow.
Fair. It is very
yeah. So thank you.
It's not work. I just have a commitment on Sunday morning.
Sorry. Yes. But yes. These conversations would not extend out to this way if I didn't enjoy them immensely. And even when I'm like, oh, I need to rein this in, go, oh, but this is really fun conversation though. So thank you both once again for joining me for a thing like this. We went over time. It will happen again. I'm gonna have to plan around the fact that it's gonna happen again next time.
That's a promise.
Yep, that is a promise.
So when's the Danganronpa retrospective?
When are you finishing Danganronpa?
Fuck if I know.
Well, there's your answer. Get me talking about Danganronpa. I've wanted to do that for a while.
Oh God, I know.
But yeah, like you don't have to stream that either. Like you can.
Yeah, no.
I mean, it would be fun, but yeah. Yeah, no. This is always a blast.
We can just hop on a call and voice it. We don't need a stream to do that.
That's true.
That's
That is
true.
true. Yeah.
That is true.
But yeah, it's always a joy to let us go off on hilariously long, sometimes needed oh, no, sorry, I completely messed that up. It is always a pleasure having chats that devolve into rabbit holes of discussing video games with y'all. I wish I had more time to do it day to day, but I ended up being born in Australia.
We take what we got.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's going to be it for today then. Scheduled next week's going to be the Talos Principle to still go through, and Unbeatable on the weekend. One of those days I'm not going to be streaming. I'm shortening this so I can just end the stream now, because I am actually hitting the wall so fucking hard. So yeah.
I don't have the stamina anymore.
Yep. Nope. Well, to be fair, it's always these discussions that tire me out the most, because my brain just goes into overdrive.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. But yeah, so thank you very much for watching live or on the VODs. I really appreciate it. Hope you all have a lovely day, and hope to see you all next time.
Good night.
Bye, everyone. That was a baleful cry.
Energy is waning.